Thank you, Rafael. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the close-out meeting on February 27th of February 27th, 2007 p.m.
December 17th.
Madam Clerk, what is this about? Okay. All right, December 17th, not February, December 17th, 2024. The meeting is as it stated. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for the Municipal Council for the closeout meeting of December 17th, 2024 at 7 o'clock p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik.
Here.
Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Uden, Councilman Velez,
Here, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we have 5 here, 4 absent. The closeout meeting is hereby open.
Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, sir. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, 2024 to 2025. Meeting date, December 17th, 2024, 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of the meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, Passaic County Post, Dominicano News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the great city of Paterson, this is the closed-out meeting of the City Council of this governing body. So the next meeting will be on the 30th, December the 30th, and it will be a virtual meeting. But we only have 8 items on the agenda. Let's start with Payment of Bill. Councilwoman Davila.
Council
Thank you.
President, I'm sorry, Council President, we have the prayer and the flag salute being
I'm
rendered by
sorry. Even though
Honorable Councilman Lewis
This
Velez.
count as a regular meeting. My apologies. Even though it's a closeout, it's a regular meeting also as well. So Councilman Les.
Thank you, Council President, and
Let us all stand.
let's all stand, please, and in reverence to the prayer and to the prayer we're going to do tonight. Dear Lord, first of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you because you allow us to see the day, the night, and wake up again the next day with your mercy. Thank you, Lord, because you give us the strength to continue working for those that put us here in office. Thank you, Lord, because we love Paterson and we want to see Paterson in the right track. Thank you, Lord, because the people that care about Paterson unite with us to move the city forward. I just ask you, Lord, you could bless our colleagues, my colleagues, those that are here and those that are making the way to come here. Bless them wherever they at, for they could get here safe. But at the same time, I ask you, Lord, that even this is a close-out meeting, you don't close out business. And that you give us the wisdom to move forward this city and put us a sense of unity to run properly this city the way that the people demand us to run it. I ask you, Lord, that you give wisdom to the administration, that they could look at every situation in our city and they get the plan to resolve it. And at the same time, you give us the wisdom that we could legislate and plan and give the perfect example, not only one day, not only when we were praying, not only when we shake hands, with our action every day, 365 days of the year. And when we are in this side, that the community can receive from us the best of the best. Lord, have mercy with all of us. Please, Lord, hold any negativity that could come tonight and bless us, for we can move the city forward. In the name of Jesus, amen, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Flag salute.
Flag salute of our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Council member, members of the public, now please stay stand. Let's do a moment of silence for those that lost loved one in our community, for our families, for the great city of Paterson, and for the troop of this great nation. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Payment of bills.
Thank you very much, Council President. Before I begin the summary of disbursements, I want to give my condolences to Councilman McCoy for losing his brother. In addition, also to Mayor Jory Torres for also losing his brother, and Councilwoman Cotton as well for losing her brother. So, and anyone else that I do not know of, you know, my condolences goes out to the entire family. With that said, on a happier note, I'd like to wish our CFO, I don't see him, but I want to wish him a happy birthday. I think it's important sometimes agreeing or not disagreeing, but in the moment of where you're celebrating your special day, where you were brought onto this earth, I wanted to just say happy birthday to CFO Javier Silva. Council members, you have a summary of disbursements in front of you for a total of $7,293,779.78, of which, if you look at general government, you have $4,653,116.66. Of that, 4.5 is for health insurance. If you go down, you also have a $1,834,088.48. That is for road resurfacing, Barber Park, and some other capital projects. In addition, you have the $120,000 payment under Public Works, $120,955.71. The majority of this is for fields, what do you call it? The Porta-Johns. Making that a total of, once again, $7,293,779.78. My motion is for payment of bills.
So vote second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman
Council
Velez.
President.
Discussion.
Just quick, I just want
Councilman
to,
Velez.
yeah, thank you, Council President. I just want to also put on the floor, on the record, that the payment for the professionals
Yes.
that give professional service as lawyers
Yes.
and court reporters and, you know, all those that works in the two boards of planning and zoning boards the payment was dispersed today. It's my understanding one of them went to pick it up, the big sum, and moving forward, that is not in question anymore. So my vote is, I haven't voted. I just want to bring that to the floor for people.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
can we get a description or a breakdown of what exactly was the issue with those payments that had been held up for so long?
Council President?
Councilwoman Davila.
So, Councilman Jackson, just to make you aware, as you know, we don't work with the day-to-day operations. It is the administration along with the directors And it is my understanding, because some people reached out to me, that, certain purchase requisitions were not inputted, and we cannot make any payments if there's not a purchase requisition, so then there's a purchase order. Or did I say it backward? Purchase order, then purchase requisition. Requisition and then purchase order. With that said, those things were done, all right? Submitted the proper way, and that is why now the payments are on this bills list.
So, thank you,
And you can have
Councilwoman.
administration, I'm just letting you know in terms of what came out of finance.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, because as the chair of finance, and I'm well aware of what our responsibilities are and what the administrations are as well. But if we're just bringing this forward and, blindly voting on it, I mean, board members don't put forward a purchase order, or am I mistaken? Do board members, are they required to put forward purchase orders? So secretaries, I don't either. There's been a large delay, so your description may have been accurate for one or two, potentially, if any at all, but I have a large number of people that have been reaching out to me, calling me about their concerns for their disbursements for their payroll, which should be done in a timely fashion. No one should be expected to work more than 2 weeks without being paid, and some of these people have not been paid in excess of months. So, I mean, I just think that it's fitting that we not just as a council, as a board that approves the spending, we shouldn't just be blindly saying, okay, yes, thank you, but what is the issue? How do we prevent this matter from taking place moving forward? Madam BA, if you care to enlighten me on what exactly was the issue and the holdup on these payments.
Sure. Thank you.
Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, this is related to kind of the escrow process and the special meeting process that is handled by the board secretaries for both of these positions. And we did have a board secretary leave. They are hiring. I think, are close. They've done 2 rounds of interviews, and I think they will be onboarding someone fairly soon. So it was just playing catch up and making sure that everything was processed properly. I think one of the challenges is this is not just work that can be paid in one total invoice for all the work that was done. It has to be allocated to the different projects or this particular meeting. So there's a little bit more clerical work that needs to go into it. And they are getting some support from other people in the meantime. And then it will be the responsibility of the division director of planning and zoning, as well as the board secretaries, as it always has.
Is that the same for the stenographer as well?
Yes. So all of those need to be processed by this team that helps during those meetings.
And how long has this stenographer for the board, how long has it been since the person was paid?
I don't know the specifics of that. I do know that some of the meetings were caught up to September, some of them were caught up later, some of them were going back to August. So it depends on the professional related to that.
The professional related, but from what I
Because
understand,
there's planners, there's stenographers, there's attorneys. So when I used the term professional, it was
okay, so
related to those
from what I
payments.
understand, the stenographer, the professional, the stenographer who had not been paid in over a year and was threatening to no longer provide the services for the city. Is that accurate?
I do not know the specifics of that. I did not think that it was, over a year.
I don't understand how we go to pay a bill and we don't know how much we owe someone, or what do we owe them for?
I can get
I
you that
mean, you're the signing
information.
authority, and
I
so
can
who
get you that
does the payroll?
information.
Who does the payroll for these for these delinquencies? All of them.
These are done through the Division of Planning and Zoning.
Very good.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Roll call for the payment of bills in an amount of $7,293,779.78. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is what I'm talking about. We lack a level of responsibility and accountability when we don't understand what the issues are. I mean, obviously, this is a supposed cure or fix for a long and ongoing problem, but we still don't understand. In fact, the BA, as you just heard her outline, doesn't know exactly what the issues were and how they are remedied, or how, moving forward, we could prevent this thing from happening again. Just based on the premise of irresponsibility, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
Good evening. My apologies for being late. So in this bills list, 4.5 million of this bills list is for healthcare costs, which is the bulk of this bills list, and there's some other items in here as well. But as I always say, services rendered should be paid. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
So just to be clear with the record, 23 payments went to the telegrapher, or whoever do that job. 7 payment went to one attorney, 12 payment went to the other attorney, and 7 payment went to the planner. So the faith is that the administration, work diligent, and I want to thank the CFO. We have a good conversation when this was brought up to me. They also expressed what was a concern. The Treasury Department did a great job to put all this document together to expedite these payments. Remember, when we lose some expertise in departments, it's hard to attract new people to come in and do that work. So I commend the diligence of the employee that took ownership and to put all this paperwork together and to get this payment expedited, as everything had to be processed with diligence in the city. So, Madam Clerk, thank you, and Madam BA, thank you for taking action in this item promptly. And I know that I'm not going to say it's not going to happen again, right? But if it happens again, I know you're going to catch up with it to make sure that the service is rendered the proper way. So, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I appreciate that administration is taking notice and taking action on correcting this ongoing problem of this board. Those professionals deserve to get paid. Thank you for just listening to the dialogue that we have. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 2 on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. Item number, did you say 2?
Number 2.
Number 2.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, my apologies. Let's go. We have the Director of Public Work that really needs
Council
have
President,
to go. So let's,
before we move, may I have an agenda, please?
thank you. Councilman Mensos have an agenda. Let's start with item number 6. We have 3 items from Public Work, Madam Clerk. No, I'm not gonna let you move.
I'm sorry, item number 6, Council President?
No, Lottery. Yes, item number 6.
Okay.
Not
Item
6 is
number
mine,
6.
7 is yours.
Item number 6 is a
That is
resolution
correct.
authorizing award of contract to Applied Landscape Technologies for the finishing and installation of a synthetic turf field at Larry Doby Field for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution Number 24:7.
Second.
So move. Discussion.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, Council President Mendez, Councilman Mims, Councilman Udine, and second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Director Bill Rodriguez here for item number 6. Director?
Thank you. I have a question for the director. Is this only going to be baseball?
This will be only baseball.
Why are we getting away from making multi-purpose fields?
Larry Doby is only baseball. We
Well,
only could do
all right,
baseball, Larry.
Just why, in a city, when we go synthetic turf, that's not multi-purpose?
Because the field gets so much use now with baseball teams using it, we can't use it for anything else. And
You can still use it for a multi-purpose field. You can still use it for baseball. It's you're the one in charge of permits.
I
So
know.
you could give it
I
for
wouldn't give-
baseball, but, so, say there's a game, right? When I say, and this is why all synthetic turf fields, not just this, moving forward to the administration, should be multi-purpose. So for example, when there's a day there is no baseball game, and a soccer team wants to play, that allows our residents to play soccer. So when it's not being used for baseball, right? And somebody wants to play soccer, someone wants to play football, we can't give them that field.
no,
No, right?
Nope.
You think that's fair to the
Yeah, for
residents?
that field, yes, that's Larry Doby Field. I believe that
Yeah.
his, what he did in this country, what he did for Major League Baseball, he deserves a Major League
It's-
Baseball field that's
it's-
only baseball.
It is baseball, but it's what I'm talking about is multi-purpose field.
And
It's still baseball.
Yeah.
So putting 4 yellow lines in the outfield, you don't think that's doing a disservice to the residents for giving you the flexibility as a director of Public Works when it's not being used for baseball? So Larry Doby Field is a baseball field.
yes,
When it's not being used for baseball, and we have people that need a field to play, kids that need a field to play, we're telling them, no, this field should, because it won't change the cost. It's not a
Council
different
President.
cost. You're the director, you give out the
you're right,
permits.
yep.
So you could say, baseball gets first dibs on this. No one's using it on June 18th. We can't put a soccer field there.
Councilman, that field from March 1st to November 1st, every day, all day, is baseball.
7 days a week.
You have Eastside High School play there.
7 days
You
a
have
week baseball.
You have semi-pro that plays there. You have Pony League that plays there. You have Little League that plays there. You have outside teams that play there. RBI that plays there. That field is used every day for baseball.
Baseballs, yeah.
I,
Council President.
Sure, give us a second, council members. I have Councilman Jackson. Right after Councilman Jackson, I have Councilman Velez on the.
Am I up? Thank you, Director. One, I appreciate you for understanding the integrity of the game and standing up for what's right. I mean, I totally agree. Never mind the fact that Larry Doby is a nationally recognized, but putting yellow lines or things of that nature destroys the integrity of the field. One, you can't fit a soccer field in that facility, no matter how you place it. You can't put 100 yards, well, 120 yards actually for soccer on that field. And but my question to you is this: so when we're looking to do synthetic, does that mean the infield as well? Are we no longer keeping the clay infield,
No, the whole field will be synthetic.
the entire field?
Yes, and they have a, we're using a new technology on that field also, where the field will have, in the outfield, center field, will be Larry Doby's number 14, engraved into the field. Larry Doby's name will be on the side, on third base and on first base, and on the back of the home plate, we'll have the Division of Recreation's emblem behind the home plate.
Okay, so now that we're doing synthetic, will we have one of those that portable mound scenario as well? Or since it's utilized for primarily, it's not softball, it's not midget league baseball, it's all junior development and up.
Yeah.
So major league style baseball.
Well, it will have the same. It'll have the same mound that Hitchcliff Stadium has, the portable mounds, because U14 can play there, but they don't use the same mound height as a high school varsity team. It's two different heights. One is 10 inches, one is 8 inches.
So
you
currently
switch 'em
on
out.
the clay field, what's done when the youth 14-year-olds play?
We have two mounds. They switch them out.
On the dirt field?
Yeah, we have mounds. With the dirt fields that we had on Dobie, there's a mound there. Not Dobie, but Little Dobie and Big Dobie. Let's say Buckley Park. There's two mounds at Buckley
Well,
Park.
Buckley is
Yeah.
because it's synthetic.
Yeah.
I'm talking about currently, Larry Doby Field to date has not been synthetic field. It's been a
Yeah.
grass
No, there's one. Yeah.
dirt.
There's
So,
one.
so what's
So right now
done
we
when?
can't. The 14s don't play there. Anything above 14s play there, but not with the portable mounds. You'll have the ability to play 14U games and under there.
Meaning junior development, not
Junior
major league.
development, freshman, high school, 8th grade, that
Yeah.
middle school.
So, okay, so now, the other question I have, on tonight's bills list, I see 3 items that says Larry Doby infield maintenance service for a sum of about a little under $30,000.
Yeah,
Is this natural green lawn, that's for a previous?
that's for the previous lawn care that we had before this was taking place.
So,
That's for the contract that you guys approved earlier this year.
no, I understand
for Larry
that,
Doby.
yeah. Now, moving forward, what type of maintenance are we looking to have to
Just to
incur?
roll into our maintenance program we have now with a company, we'll add Larry Doby onto this field, and it'll be one of the turf fields that it gets serviced 4 times a year.
Okay, and Director, just on an off-topic note, when these fields are damaged, for example, I noticed at Ray Lai,
Yes.
we had another car accident. What's the status of repair on the field, and how, even with this field, what is the maintenance on some unexpected damages? We have to incur costs on that?
Yeah, the Ray Life field would definitely have to course on us because it wasn't due to play on the field. It was a car accident. We do got the police report. We did file a insurance claim.
Insurance claim.
We put a quote into the vendor to fix the field, so we're just waiting on that.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you.
All right,
You're
thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez?
Council President, looking at the funding, the 2 million is coming from the state?
1.5 is coming from state.
I say it's here, the grant is 2 million from where it's coming, that, from the state, the one that we talk about, Benji bringing 2 million?
Hold on. At the certification of funds, there's two accounts.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So we got a total of 2 million.
The first account is coming from the state. The second is coming from ARP, right?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
Madam BA?
Second
Okay,
account is
so-
coming from ARP, yes.
Yeah, correct, so that's the 2 million we spoke about that
Yes.
was gonna be invested in that park. And the 600, the 829 thousand coming from where, capital? ARP money?
Yes.
Madam BA, I don't have no problem investing that money. If that falls into the guidelines to spend that money here, all right, because we don't have the book, right? We don't have the guidelines. I know I requested once that every time that we gonna use that money to put a highlight, the guideline part of it, for we could be clear when we voted on it, there's no, oh, we doing this, or we not doing this, and we doing that, right? But yes, you answered as on the guideline, and you put on the records on the guideline to use that money for that. Director, and once again, I know that you look every corners to make sure that everything goes fine and well, especially when it comes to parks. I don't have no doubt on that. Right now, I cannot take the tennis court and School 25 and turn it into soccer field because it was meant for tennis court. And I recall that the field of the School 25 was only meant for little leagues, so we cannot use multi-purpose sport there. So, you know, I understand that you look into everything, and I know the field, the other field next to it we could do another purpose on it, and probably do what Councilman Abdelaziz said, to include other sports to practice there because it's a bigger field, et cetera, et cetera. But this one, I'm witness because I go there, you know, to events, and I see that is always utilized for baseball. One of my concern is that soon as we approve this as a dirt field and it's done and the lights is on and whatever, are we still gonna use this company to maintenance the field? The one that
Say
we
that
have?
again?
The contract that we have, are we gonna still use that contract to maintain the field 4 times a year or no?
Yeah, for synthetic, yeah, we'll just add this field to it.
So instead of using it for what we do today
No,
now.
the contract that's a Larry Doby now,
Oh,
that'll
it's
be
gonna go out.
done. That'll be done.
Okay, so saying that, not only that field, Larry Dorby, when it turns into dirt, synthetic, we have other parks in the city that needs to be taken care of. And I know that we asked the resident to take care of it too. There's other fields that are less trees around and they don't get too dirty, but Eastside Park has a lot of trees. And we want to make sure that when those leaves comes down, they don't cover the whole, you know, get maintenance once, you know, looks. And the color, who choose the color?
I did.
What color is it?
It's
Not blue and orange.
no, definitely
Oh.
not. No. It's green. It's like a major league field. It's a light brown infield, green grass.
Oh, green grass,
The circle,
brown, nice.
Larry
like
Doby.
a-
Larry Doby's
Nothing wrong with the
name.
orange and blue.
All right.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
Larry,
no.
No. Larry Doby's
No,
name
that's,
is
don't-
Cleveland. He was a
don't
Cleveland
miscommunicate
Indian.
with me.
He was a Cleveland Indian.
Council
Councilman,
members,
yes.
please.
He
Council
was a
members,
Cleveland
please.
Indian. The name on Larry Doby is gonna be red and blue on the side, and the recreation logo is the recreation logo that you see.
Correct.
Director,
So,
can
so,
you bring-
so, hold on, I haven't finished.
I'll
Council President.
send you
Please,
the
thank you.
specs.
So yes, see, don't miscommunicate. I don't have no problem with blue and orange. That's my campaign color, so I don't have a problem with that. But for example, and I know you're gonna agree with me, Council. We talking about parks that are being renovated, especially playgrounds, right? For
Yes.
example, playgrounds.
Okay.
And this for spectrums, for kids that are autistic and people that have problems. Colors will make a difference. And if we don't choose the right colors on those playgrounds, it could be bad for those kids that have a spectrum. So, that have autistic. Colors are real important in playground, especially autistic kids, et cetera, et cetera. And I understand that they put in a beautiful color on the East Side Park, but when you talk about kids that has autistic and they have, disabilities, and color could trigger a lot of things in them. So just to keep in mind that if it's possible, when we're gonna do things like that, we bring some kind of professional on that area, if that color is gonna trigger them or not, and it will be fitted for that park. And beside that, I'm happy. I wish we could get more money to renovate more parks and create more parks, and keeping in mind that bring more money to Roberto Clemente. Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 6.
No, one more question, Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton.
On here, Director, you don't have the list of how many bids,
How many what?
how many specs was picked up and how many was
This
returned?
was done through a local co-op.
It was done through a co-op.
Local co-op, not a national. This is done through a local co-op, so we were able to do this through a local co-op.
And what was the local co-op?
ESCNJ,
That's the name of it?
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 6.
Roll call on item number 6 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Most of the council colleagues, our wish was to have a rec center in City of Paterson with the ARP money. As you can see, some of the ARP money is relocating to this project. There's a timing to it as well. Director, I would like you to, in future project, we talk about multi-purpose field. Look into Pennington Park. I know we could put up probably 3 more fields out there. The space that we have at Pennington Park. We only have 1 soccer field. We could put football field, more soccer field out there. We have enough space there. Please look into it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Wow, that was interesting to know that. And I know we gotta use those ARP dollars, so I'm gonna put my request back on the floor. When we talked about recreational centers in the past, we should partner with our school district and work with our school district to provide full-service community opportunities, which will provide recreational opportunities throughout the city, and which will save the city a lot of money, where the recreational center and opportunities will be across the city and not just in one centralized location. There are approximately 54 buildings in this city. If we work with the school district and our school board, January, we'll get a new board or some of the previous and new, but I think it will be a great opportunity, Madam BA, to this administration and to the council, if we could just work with the school district and partner with them and build recreational community opportunities that way, and we would save a lot of money, and that could be done even before the year is out, just by having a conversation or bringing in the board, or maybe in January. I think that would be a better proposal. It will save the city some money. It will allow the city and the school to work together in partnership and allow our students and our children, not just from pre-K to high school, but also those from 19 plus will have opportunities to have recreational opportunities in the city. So I'm going to put that request back on the floor again. I think that would be a great way to save our children and our community and our families. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
This is a good project, and picking a little bit from Councilwoman Mims. The chair agreement with the Board of Ed was expired in 2016. 2016, I recall that the Commissioner, Cliff Cleave, rest in peace, tried to get the board and the council together. Still, they continue sending letters to get the board and the council together to get this a chair agreement. We cannot the city cannot do things just because they want to do it. They just had to think that we had to work together with the school district to make sure, because there's our kids. They the one using the parks. They the one using the schools. They the one that are using the resources. So we need to get that meeting, and Councilwoman Mims is early January will be good to get this rolling, because the sense is that they say that we don't want. No, we want. So let's get this meeting, Council President, moving forward. That's a real retreat that we should do with them, because it's time. It's time to do that. Director, thank you. Good plan. I would like to see the renders of the whole entire park. I know after it gets done, so we could know what this is all about regarding the bleachers around the light and all that. How we gonna look? Okay. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director, phenomenal job being pushing for this, and finally we have it in front of us. I mean, we're bringing Eastside Park back alive. We finished the tennis courts. We have a state-of-the-art tennis court. We fixed the playground. We have this beautiful playground that accommodates children with a special need. The roller rink is also renovated. We're resurfacing the park. And now we renovating the Larry Doby Field with $2.8 million. The park looks beautiful. I would like to encourage our residents, not only the third ward, since Eastside Park is the largest park in the city of Paterson. I would like to encourage my constituents to please enjoy the park. And if you see something, say something. We're investing a lot of tax dollar and grant money into the park, but we want to make sure we protect and keep the park in the same condition, brand new the way it is now. I feel excited to be the councilman of the third ward, and we're making changes, dramatic changing, and there's other investment coming up on the pipeline also. But we also with the school board, there's new board member. So we're going to be working on putting the agenda together for that joint meeting with the Paterson Board of Education in January, and also the retreat. So we have a lot of work to do by Council Cali. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 6 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 7.
Thank you.
Yes.
Item number 7, resolution authorizing the award of contract to Green Valley Group, Inc. for the Anthony Lucas Splash Pad construction, bid number 25.08 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. Public Works, resolution number 24:746.
So moved. So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And Councilman Udine.
And Councilman Udine also as well, let the record reflect.
Okay.
Councilman
Roll.
Udine also second. All right, thank you for the great support. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7.
Roll call for item number 7. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
So I'm not so ready to say yes. No, I'm not. I have to keep it real. I've had, as a councilwoman at large, I have had people reach out to me that they're not really in support of having this splash pad, okay? Neighboring homes, businesses, and I'm sorry. So, at this time, as much as I care about our children and having there are certain areas where if the constituents are not in favor of it, then, you know, I'm going to abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Abstain, okay.
Abstain.
Councilman Jackson?
Yeah, my part.
Thank you. And just, we got kind of rushed through it. I just for a point of clarity, Director, the funds from this, the $500,000, this is art money as well?
Yeah, same account.
Yeah. Yes, it's art money, yes.
Yeah. So my disappointment is slightly different. I mean, hats off, because I guess it's the first project that the council actually influenced from over $60+ million of art money, where we're in a rush to spend this now because we've irresponsibly allocated these dollars that should have done a much better job in helping our community, especially those that suffered through the conditions of COVID. But yet again, you know, as a last-ditch effort without any, you know, strong plan, and I do understand this is something that's been getting requested for quite some time, but it's still irresponsible nonetheless. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
I must agree with Councilman Jackson on his point of view, but we have no other option.
Right.
We must allocate the money by end of the year. Otherwise, we'll lose that money. It should have been better planned. We could have used this money for other projects, not only this money, the previous one that we approved as well. But we don't have, the administration leave me with no other choice, basically. So I must support it, I guess. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
So to the viewing public, this is not anything new. We've been working on this for a year and a half. Personally, I have knocked on doors. We've talked to the residents. The residents requested water. There's no water flow in that park, not just for the youth, but not even a water fountain for the residents in that particular community. And so I'm really glad that we finally got to this point. We went through the procurement process, and I want to commend Billy and Harry that it came under bid, so we saved money on this project. And I know the kids in that particular, students in that area, they'll be very happy. So after this vote on tonight, I will follow up with the residents in that ward that Councilman President is the councilman of, and I will follow up, and I know some of the youth and their families are watching. I told them it was on for vote tonight, so I just want to say to you, this is something that you made a request for. I worked with DPW very heavily on it, and to those children that are in that community, and to even School 18 and the new charter school that is looking forward to this, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Newton?
So we had, regarding ARP money, we had a lot of discussion in this chamber, recreation center, all the town hall meetings we had. People are excited about recreation center. It did not take place. However, we have to use money properly, and I think at least we're using it, giving the children the opportunity to recreational opportunity, I would say. And I believe this splash pad is going to be an addition to Lucas Park, and I'm completely in support. We had in-depth discussion in the committee. I believe twice we had discussion, and finally it came to the meeting. So I'm in full support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Yes, I am taking advice from my attorney.
Vote is yes?
So that's what we have in front of us. The requests, the wish list of some people, the requests of residents, the request, but I never saw nobody going during a town hall meeting and say, this is what I want, this is not what I want. So, you know, I'm not saying I'm putting in doubt the concern of that it was brought to Councilman Davila or to anybody in this side. I did got to ask the director how many square feet And I believe it's gonna be a big, big, big amount of the park is gonna take place here. Yeah, the East 23rd side only, yeah. While we wanna make sure that, you know, the splash park is not used 345 days a year, right? So, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's not used 345 days, 365 days of the year. And it's gonna take almost half of the park, according to.
No, I
No?
didn't say, I said it's gonna take the whole corner of the 23rd Ave side, not the whole half
Oh,
of the park.
on the back?
Yeah, on the back
Oh,
part,
where the
yes.
tree falls in the house, all that stuff? Oh, okay, okay. See, what I agree is that having a splash park or equipment there will avoid to, or have those kids opening fire hydrant in the streets. Okay? It will avoid those kids who open fire hydrants and then have accidents, you know, and then you're gonna be sorry. The other side is gonna be full of people then. Saying that, the money's here, that's the plan that they have it for. No matter it's the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th ward or whatever, the money's designated for that, and the needs was met, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Madam-
Council President.
Madam Clerk,
Um,
Council President, may I reconsider my vote real quick before you vote? My vote is no.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. I think I'm very familiar with the area. I'm the 3rd Ward councilman, and that's a few blocks away from my house. And also, I directly live close by also as well. And my Councilman Mims is my constituent, it is my neighbor also as well. So I'm extremely familiar. I pass by there, and also Councilwoman Davila is my constituent also as well. And I pass by that park in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. Let me be real. The problem that we have with that park director is that, and this is my request before my
Council
vote.
President,
Yes, Councilwoman.
so
Um,
in understanding, and my apologies, I need to reconsider my vote because understanding that an abstention is a yes, and I have to, as I spoke about the constituents, and I'm
Okay.
talking at least over 50 homes, okay?
Okay.
I have to
I
reconsider
haven't
my
voted,
vote.
so Madam Clerk,
Okay,
Councilwoman
I need
Davila.
to- I need to say no.
Okay,
Thank you.
My vote is no.
okay.
Okay.
So let the record reflect that matter, that Councilwoman Davila reconsidered her vote. Now, going back to my minutes before I vote, Director, the major problem that we have on that block is not that we allocating a splash pad on the park. That's not. It's not, it would not. The problem that we have on that park is that that park is open 24/7, and it's bringing a lot of bad element into the area. The park need to be closed at night and need to be open in the morning. The park is closed at night. You have people that don't live even in Paterson, and they're using that corner to hang out and to do all different, Councilman Catlin, just a minute. And they're using that park to do a lot of illegal activities. The community, they're concerned about that. We just allocated, we renovate the park. The park, we have the playground, it look nice, but we have to take care of the park a little better. I need to make sure that we're gonna close the park at night and the park is gonna open in the morning. If we pay attention to the park and get me involved in that, let me know who is the person that we're gonna assign. We'll be doing extremely well with Eastside Park. I pass by Eastside Park every day at 10 o'clock to see if my park is closed. And guess what? Eastside Park is closed every day. I don't go home before I pass by Eastside Park, and at night Eastside Park is closed. Let's do the same thing with this park. It's a beautiful neighborhood. The Riverside section is a great neighborhood. All working family that live there, very quiet. But we gotta make sure that we keep our community the way it is now. And by allocating this splash pad, it's not gonna destroy our community. It's not gonna damage the neighborhood. Let's be real. Now, what will happen is that during the summer and even now, because we're not paying attention to the park, we bring a lot of bad elements. And they're not using the park, they're not playing, they're using the park to do other things. That in the morning when I stop by, I see what they're doing. So we need your help with that, holding everybody accountable to keep that area safe. So with that being said, to my constituents in the 3rd Ward, this is not gonna bring,
I don't
it's
see
not
it.
gonna damage our
Yeah.
community, but we gotta do more because we already have problem on that park because of what's happening now. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The
Council
votes are
President.
6 in favor, 3 against. Item number 7 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Council President.
Just a minute, Councilwoman Cotton.
No, I just want to say that I hear what you're saying, Council President, about having the Department of Public Works make sure the parks is open and closed. But, you know, I mean, take the idea that how we did with Barber Park. We in the community opens and close and keep it
We do that too.
maintained. And it's still, the same thing can happen, Councilwoman Mims. You know, the community has to get involved with the park too, and I know that you will do that. Have them to get involved with making sure, you know, I sat in Barber Park. No, you're not coming in here doing all kind of crazy stuff. I sat in the park, a lot of us, the Greer's family, Charles Adams, Anthony Glover, a bunch of us, Victoria Quinde, we sat in that park to make sure, no, you're not coming up in here doing things, you're gonna do what you want. And it's about the community, you guys.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Mims, Councilman, it's about the community.
Thank
Come on,
you.
we gotta come
Yes,
together.
yes.
You know, I think about, if I may, I think about when we started the reentry program. Everybody deserves a second chance. You can't sit here and say nobody don't deserve a second chance. And when we was able to get the reentry in the 4th Ward on Montgomery Street, everybody thought it was so bad, it was so bad. People deserve a second chance. And it
Yes.
wasn't nothing what people were spreading the bad rumors about what it was gonna look like.
Thank
It didn't look like nothing what everybody was trying to say it was gonna look like. And it turned out to be great.
Thank you.
I needed to say that, Council
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims.
So I'll be very quick. So let me put this on the record, because sometimes things are stated, but I want to make this clear, and Director Rodriguez can attest to this. Before my advocacy for that park was used for gang initiations. There was a lot of drug infestation there, a lot of people hanging out. Kids could not play. They were afraid for their lives in that park. I advocated with this administration and worked tirelessly for years to get that park upgraded from where it was, and we have pictures, and I've been working with the residents the whole time. The first step was to get it worked on. One of the trees fell on a house from that park and damaged the house. They're watching, they've been texting me, they really appreciate for those that approved it. The tree fell on the house. Director knows it. We went in, did our due diligence. We even partnered with the county to come to help us to borrow the equipment to cut down the trees to make sure it was safe. We removed the tree, got it fixed, worked with the residents through our legal department, and then we got a gate, we renovated it. This is not just for a splash pad. We have to level the ground in that playground because there's levels that are not together, and there's other things that will happen as a result of this. I work with the residents all the time. We have a committee and a team that works with that park. They're watching, that live right there in the neighborhood. They come out every time. As a matter of fact, when we did this park, there were no swings. It was the young man that lives right next door who the tree fell on their house that advocated for swings in the park. And we got swings put in the park as a result, and we named him the ambassador for the park. And I want to thank the county, Passaic County commissioners. They surprised and blessed him with a wonderful bike and a helmet. So we've been consistently in communication with all the residents. I walked, my team has walked, we've knocked on door, we gave out flyers. They are so happy, and if you want to see I could like screenshot my messages of all the residents that have texted me on tonight. So I don't know who is saying they didn't want it, but I have been out there myself, not anyone else. I personally have went out there, and this is not a 2-minute project. This has been going on for years. For years, we've been working on this project. And I want to thank you, Director, for your due diligence. I want to thank the engineer and all those that worked on it, even to our late Congressman Pasquale, who lived in the 3rd Ward. When we did the ribbon cutting, he was thankful because he said that park was in a disarray for at least 20 to 30 years. If you go back to the tape, you will see his commentary, and maybe I'll post it on tomorrow. But thank you so much, Council President.
Thank you.
But I'm glad that this park is taken back for the children and for the community. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Brief, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear, and Director, I always appreciate the work and labor that you guys are putting forward. You know, for me, everything here it boils down to what the community is not receiving. $500,000 is an enormous amount of money. And fortunately, when I put together the program to redo Buckley Park, I met with the vendor. I have an itemized listing. So after this thing is done, if we can get a list of all the items that's going to be put here.
And I could,
So
you want me to give
Sure.
you a little bit on it?
Sure.
Well, that park alone doesn't have any utilities at all. So this project includes bringing electricity into the park, bringing sewer, bringing water, leveling the ground where the splash pad is gonna go, having a ADA compliance walkway and ramp into the waterway. So that's all included with this price. And also, before the water park became the project, we were thinking about putting a basketball court. This is one of the original projects when we got the art money. This is one of the original projects that we thought about. But at first, it was a basketball court, and the community said, no, we don't want basketball court. That's going to bring problems. So it turned into a splash pad, and this is where we're at now.
Thank you.
And totally understanding that, Director, and appreciating that. But again, as a third largest city in the state of New Jersey and being responsible, if we did the due diligence to build capacity of your department, as right now I'm getting calls from a resident at 466 12th Avenue who weeks ago put in a complaint or a request for a bulk, where I understand totally that your department is deficient when it comes to being fairly manned, and let's not even get into the fair level of compensation. But when I get out my car this evening on the side alley, and I'm gonna do a live video after I leave here, and look at all the trash and the stench of urine, when we have $60+ million and how we're, the only thing that this mayor can really put a claim on is the fact that he's redoing parks. And the other side of it is where the children and the people in our community, $500,000 is a lot of money. Just to bring in power, bring in utilities. People build 6-family houses for approximately $500,000. And the fact that we're just doing a splash pad, much to the chagrin of the $500,000 small little the concession stand that was at Commonsfield. We're paying way too much money for these items, and to be quite frank, which has absolutely nothing to do with you, Director. You're here saving the day because they haven't been able to find anything else to do with this money. So here you come saving the day yet again to find another project. And as you said, this was a request that was done to begin with. Had it been sourced better, we probably would have saved a whole lot more money. $500,000 is a great deal of money. I keep saying it. We are poorly managing the revenue. So when this council, who has the responsibility of being the fiscal agent, the fiscal monitor of the city, and we're watching this poor spending and voting in the affirmative, I have to stand firm on, it's not about the splash pad. I'm great. I'm hoping that the community gets to enjoy it to the fullest. But the fact that we're overspending, we could build 10, possibly 4 or 5 splash pads for this amount of money. But I appreciate the work you do, but I want to, as everyone else is doing, put that on record as well. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Cotton?
I'm saying, I hear, if you look at the resolution, there were 3 companies that returned bids, and actually Green Valley was the lowest bid. Look at what those other companies wanted to do that splash pad. Green Valley was the lowest bid, and Green Valley. So I'm saying, you're looking at, because if you even went with the third company, which was almost $700,000, they wanted for, so, you gotta look at the bids, and when they come in, I don't know how many picked up, but 3 did return. 3 bids did return.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, item number A.
Who do? Oh.
Item number 8, resolution authorizing the award of contract to Green Valley Group, Inc. for School 25 tennis court renovations, bid number 25.09 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works, resolution number 24:747.
Second.
Second.
Was moved by Councilman Davila, a second by Councilman Abdulaziz and Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number
That was
8.
me, Council
He
President.
said,
And Councilman Udine, my apologies, Councilman Udine, I didn't hear you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on
Roll
item
call
number
for
8.
item number 7, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Is it
Council
Number
President,
8, I'm
before we
sorry.
go into roll call,
Before, let's open discussion for a minute.
Okay.
Councilman Jackson?
is this identical? Is this money coming from the same source?
Yeah, most of
Yeah,
it,
that's all right.
Yeah.
Once again, we just don't have anything else to do with it, while people are being evicted and all kinds of other things are taking place. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Roll call for item number 8, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Pass.
Councilwoman Cotton.
yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
wish we
I mean,
could pay
I'm happy that these items are being done, but yet again, I stand firm on the amount of money we're spending, where the money's coming from, and, a lack of responsibility, not just on the administration, but I have to hold this council directly responsible, because, we've done a very poor job. We've had little to no input on how this money is being impacting our community. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
This item, I read an article. Read an article that it disturbed me a little bit, because I even asked the mayor why we started backwards. Why we started backwards. Backwards means we approve to go out and bid. We approved the money to go to this tennis court, but then I was not aware that the Board of Education never was aware that conversation was done there, right? But, they approve it, and they approve it knowing that probably the Board of Education don't have the money to spend in that tennis court. And saying that, it needs to be renovated. But this is one of the things is, and Councilman Abdelaziz is proud to always talk about that tennis court. He recalled when he used to wear his shorts and little socks and play tennis there when he was a kid. It's a tennis court. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to first thank the Board of Education for approving this and allowing the city to come in and do the repairs. At the end of the day, I always tell there's two separate entities, but we serve the same constituency, right? Our residents go to School 25. They're serviced by the school district, but at the end of the day, that is the hub for the 6th Ward when it comes to parks, right? We don't have many green spaces, parkland in the 6th Ward. So when you go into the Lakeview section, it's planned pretty well, that area. In the center of the Lakeview section, there's park area with a school. And these tennis courts are dilapidated, unsafe, and also, not a safe haven for the kids. Also, it's an eyesore for the neighborhood. And if you've been to that area, it's a very well-maintained neighborhood where the residents take care of their areas. And when you take care of your lawn or your house and you look across the street and the school has broken fences, a court that's dilapidated, this is a good sign. I'm happy people came to their senses and didn't let politics get in the way for improving a facility that's much needed. I don't think, and listen, the school district is not in the right financial state to worry about tennis courts when they need to worry about the academics, the books, and everything like that. So we'll take it from here to assist. And I want to thank the school board members that saw that and supported this, and my council colleagues that supported here. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just very brief. I'm very happy to see the city and also our school district getting into an agreement to make this happen. It's a 6th Ward, and that tennis court destroyed, dilapidated. Remind me the East Side Park tennis court. I see kids now, even from out of town, coming into Paterson to utilize the tennis court, and I see my neighbor, my third world resident senior playing tennis early in the morning. The same thing is going to happen at school by the sixth ward by School 25. When we investing in our park, the value of the property goes up, our communities get better, and it's definitely more choice for our community to play sports. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 8 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you,
Item
Council.
number 2.
Good night.
Good night, Director.
Council President,
Madam Councilwoman Davila.
do we have to do, can we please, 'cause
We got
can we do Health and Human Services? If the directors are here, can we?
We only have 4 items, and the director's here, so
Correct.
it's only 4 items, Councilwoman. Item number 2 in a row, Council Collins, 743. After the 4 items, we'll open the public portion. After we finish, we'll open the public portion. Item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2, resolution authorizing use of the competitive contracting process to solicit proposals for addiction wraparound services, RFP number 2025-15, for the Real Fix program in the Office of the Mayor, Administration, resolution number 24:741.
Move.
Number
that-
2.
Item number 2 is moved by Councilwoman Davila. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Mims. Any discussion, Council Collins? Discussion, Councilman
Can you
Jackson?
get an outline on what exactly we,
Absolutely.
Madam BA?
Madam BA?
Sure. I could provide you the final bid as the team is finalizing that, and I'm working with the purchasing division. This resolution is to approve the use of competitive contracting, but the services that are provided, the reason why you would use competitive contracting for something is as an exception to bidding. So we can't just do a bid and have a lowest bid, like as we saw with some of the park ones that were just proposed here, because we want to include experience, and so it's price and other factors. And you either do that through an RFP, that's a professional service, or something that's a clear exception to bidding, or you use competitive contracting. And so for the services they're looking for, it's going to be a lot of the work that the social workers are doing now as part of the Real Fix program. So that includes everything for some of that outreach, street outreach in the community. It's going to be doing the actual processing of connecting an individual in the community to services, and that's whether to the actual medication, whether that's to wraparound services that are related to that. So this is a way for the Real Fix program to ramp up. It's going to be funded through the Real Fix grant that we have through Bloomberg Philanthropies. And they are looking for people for service providers, and so that could be nonprofit service providers or so on, in this community who then can be successful with this level of street outreach and community support.
Council President.
So is there
Sure.
an increase in the budget from the initial launch of the Real Fix program?
No, we have a total of $1 million that we are using for both our internal staff and our outside vendors related to this. So that's including the rideshare services that we provide, this service, some of the technology related to the hotline. All of that is related to this and is funded by this $1 million.
So did this go out to bid to begin with when we first launched the Real Fix program?
No, because they have been piloting it now with the internal staff, and that's where they've had the success of about 500 clients up until this point. And now this would be something for the beginning next year so that they could ramp up and serve more people.
So the same budget as last year. Last year we ran it internally. And by the way, just for a point of clarity, I'll place it on record, I've been getting an enormous amount of calls from people who have been providing services for the Real Fix and have not been timely paid, drivers and things of that nature. So, but my question is, I don't see an outline or a breakdown of when you talk about the $1 million and how exactly is the plan to be allocated, and or how was the money dispersed for the last year or so for utilizing it internally? So is this gentleman who now came before us to become an expert in surveillance cameras, is he no longer going to be the head of this program, or how is he paid?
No.
How is the money dispersed
So I can
prior,
ask-
and how is it being planned to be dispersed this time around?
I can ask him for a report on the breakdown of what was used so far for the internal staffing, which is, we now have 4 staff members who are working exclusively on Real Fix. Ed Bozier, our innovation officer, is still the head of the innovation team and is still running this program while he's also involved in other things throughout the city. Again, none of this is being, his salary is paid for separately through private philanthropy. He's not a city employee. And all of these individuals and this program has all been funded through the Bloomberg Philanthropies $1 million.
Yeah, I'm just curious, does his salary, so he doesn't receive a city check?
No, he does not. He's actually an employee of Passaic County Community College.
Okay, and, so how many employees do we have working for the past year under this program that was being paid directly from this grant?
So we have 2 full-time people who have been working for most of the year, and we have 2 recent hires, one who is full-time, one who is part-time.
Those full-time employees, were they paid 6 figures?
No, I would have to look and see. Their base salary is not, they have worked a lot of overtime in relation to this, in part because they were the ones answering the calls at all hours of the day and night. So I would look, it's doubtful, but I would have to look and see.
If I can please get a full report on the expenditures for this, for the $1 million for last year, and as well, I mean, I guess this is going through for a vote now, but I would love to see the breakdown, proposed spending for this moving forward.
So, and actually, Council President, this is just to allow us to go out for the procurement process. Then we would come back in front of the council to award the bid. And so they will put together all these details of it. You'll have the financials of what this procurement comes back with, but then we'll provide the other details as well.
I understand what it's doing, Madam BA, but in a normal
making sure the
process,
community knew.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to make sure the community knew that there are 2 steps. We haven't used competitive contracting a lot in Paterson, so that's why I wanted to make sure I was explaining kind of the process for this.
I understand, but normally there's a bid specification, and the bid specs would outline what portion of the grant or how much exactly we're planning to allocate for outreach, because there are prospective locals who may not be able to fulfill all of the services here. So there's companies that do outreach, that go out and reach the community and feed the community. They don't have the capacity to do a rideshare program. There's companies, obviously, that do rideshare. They don't have the capacity to do an outreach aspect of this. So I would expect that before we get to this point, that a bid spec will be laid out to say, okay, amongst the $1 million, we have 20%, which is going to be $200,000 plus allocated directly towards rideshare. We have 30% allocated towards outreach. We have, so it's just to, put out a generalized request with no specifics doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get productivity, and or especially because our local, what this really does from my perspective is it kind of boxes out our local agencies, because our local agencies, they're smaller. They don't have the staff to really go in and delve into a grant. It should be broken down into segments, more bite-sized, manageable pieces, so that companies like Rhonda Roberts, who does a shower program, she could say, hey, we can run the showering aspect of it. You have Kelly, various companies or entities locally that should be included in this discussion, but doing it on a broad scale like this, from my opinion, doesn't necessarily let these agencies know that they could be included in this as well. Not only that, but what is the relationship between whoever the contact person is and these various entities? I know Tanae Joyner, she deals a lot with some of the outreach programs, but I haven't heard, and as a matter of fact, I have residents from Helden calling me saying, hey, who's doing outreach? I have care packages that we want to give away. And anyway, that's my perspective, And part of the reason why I will not be able to support this because
Council
it's
President.
incomplete
Council
from my
President.
perspective.
Sure, thank you.
Council President.
I believe that I have Councilman Velez, and right after, Councilwoman Cotton. Madam
Okay.
BA, you have any,
I just wanted to
just
clarify
before I
that one
pass to
part.
Councilman Velez?
As our QPA would say, we can't put any details on what budget is available for anything because that really goes around the procurement process. You need to have a fair and open process, and everyone needs to actually bid on what they think a service would be worth to them. And that's why you do that. You can't, kind of, say, oh, well, this is how much money we have, because then everybody will bid for that,
Correct.
if you tell them how much money.
Correct.
Understood. Councilman Velez?
So, Madam BA, through the chair, so the 4 positions that is in that office, Fuel Fix, they are employees from the Passaic County Community College?
No, they are city employees, but they're grant funded through the Bloomberg grant.
Okay.
Yeah,
So they don't get a check with the city of Paterson?
they do.
Oh, they do, but,
Yes, they're city employees.
yeah, but some.
It's fun, just like other grant funding that, the whole health department is, a big chunk of the
I
health
heard-
department
I
is
heard-
funded
I
by
heard before that
grants.
you say they don't get a city check.
No, that's just our innovation officer
Oh,
is
that
an employee,
individual, okay.
correct.
So between what is the budget between salary and, do they get benefits?
Yes, they
Okay.
get benefits.
And it's not coming from that $1 million.
It is coming from that $1 million.
So roughly, between salary and benefit, roughly, how much you think a year?
I really would have to
Can you
look it
get
up,
me
but
that, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you get me
I
that?
can provide a
Correct.
report on
Be-
budgets
okay.
and details.
Yeah, you could give me that detail because we're talking about $1 million. That's nothing. $1 million could disappear like that and other things. How the officers used to supply their resources before doing this?
This is a whole new program that started just because we won the grant. So these employees didn't work for the city prior to that.
Okay.
We hired them to,
No, I'm talking about. You're talking about proposal to go out and bid or
oh,
whatever.
this proposal.
Yes.
It was just the social workers themselves, and there were really only 2 at the time, they're following this process throughout for each individual. But that also limits the amount of people that they can serve.
So they-
now we're hoping that we will be able to scale the program, that now we will have more outreach, more people will learn about the opportunities.
And is
to-
this talking about outsources also service?
And some of the biggest piece of the service, the thing that takes the most amount of time is that a lot of the people who are, trying to get over their drug addiction, they also might not have a social security card. They might not have a copy of their birth certificate. They lost their driver's license years ago or it expired. And it's helping them get all of those things in order so that then they can also apply for benefits that might be related that they can get. And then eventually things like social security that they can apply for housing, and that it actually leads them on the path of success. It's not just about giving them, the Suboxone and helping control the urges related to the opioid addiction. It's actually making sure that it's sustainable long term. Our social workers have been doing all of that, and they've been doing that successfully, 500 people since spring of 2023. But there's so much more need out there, and the more we can have people help with those services, help with the street outreach, people who know the community. And in fact, I think it's going to be the local groups who have a leg up in this process, because they can make the case that our experience matters.
So
and
you-
that's why you want to use a process like
La-
competitive contracting.
last but not least, you stated that so far the office has served 500 people.
Yes.
Based on your data.
Yes.
And probably that data could tell us if they all Pattersonian or they just coming from other cities.
It's a combination.
Combination?
Yes, but they have to be here in Paterson now. So some people might have been in Paterson for a few years. Some people might have been lifelong Pattersonians. Somebody might have just been here, over the past year.
And how you prove residency of them here?
It's if you're here in Paterson at the time, you are considered a resident.
No, but they had to prove a residence.
That's similar, and the Director of Health and Human Services can talk to that too whenever we do the point in time count. That's, kind of the criteria that is used for if you're considered a Pattersonian or not. You might have grown up in Wayne, become addicted to opioids, ended up in Paterson. You are considered a Pattersonian at this time.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Council President. I finished fast. I did finish fast.
Okay, let me just say, actually, this is like our third year. This is our third year doing real fix or quick fix. Right. But you know what? I just want to say now, is it the third year?
We launched in spring of 2023. Prior to that, we
Yeah,
piloted
prior to that, it was another program prior to that. I forgot what the name of that program was, where he was the director. No, it wasn't that one. But I just want to say that when this program really originally got started, I had said to one of our police department person is over it too. I don't want to say his name, and I said to him, until you actually get the people on the ground to be part of this, it's really not, you're not going to do nothing. So then I think last year you finally listened to what I said, is that you have to get the community groups like Tier 1, the guy named John Jacks, Humble Beginners didn't, I think, apply, and I did reach out to some of the community groups to say, in order you can apply to be part of this program, because someone has to be out there and getting them, to get them to get right. So when they did that, when they got the community organizations and nonprofits to come in, that's when you started seeing the numbers go up, because we now have the people on the ground, people working on weekends, people working on Saturday and Sundays, people trying to get them in. Then I see them every day because they go to 125 Ellison Street, and they come in and out, you know, and he's trying his best to get them the services. And when they do come, I know they don't have nothing. They got no ID, they got nothing. So you got to start you actually starting from scratch, because they have nothing to even go get a job. First of all, you got to get clean. You got to get recovery. You got to get clean. In order to get clean, then you're able to say go work. You're able to do that. So I'm happy that they took my advice when I said you got to get the ground roots. You got to get the ground people who lives here, who got the nonprofits here, who can go out in the streets, who know them, and they can come in and help them. So this is our third year, and we're trying to get more people now. But the people on the ground, they gotta apply. Once we get this competitive, whatever.
Contract,
But
yep.
the nonprofits who are here has to apply. And I know I reached out to a few of them that, all right, please, you can go down there, see what it's about, see if you want to apply for it. So this is our third year. We're going into our fourth year.
So, Council President,
I
if
just want to
Thank
let you
you.
know
Please,
that
Madam BA,
that
quick,
first year
we
it did
only
not
have
work.
4 items.
I know.
But it started
Shouldn't be-
working
shouldn't be
after
up to
I
10
made
o'clock
the
yet
comment
before.
about ground
Yeah.
people
I-
living here who can go out in the street. I see them on Broadway, but I see them there.
3, 4, 5, 5.
I see them there by Good Shepherd. I see them. I'm downtown every day. I see them. They're going in 125. I see them.
Yes.
I see them coming in and out, in and out.
Thank you,
I'm
Councilwoman.
glad that.
Madam BA, please.
Yes, and that is a connected program, which I think is what you referred to, the opioid response team,
Right.
the ORT, which
ORT,
is
okay.
funding through the police department.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. That's what I think this team has learned from that experience. The real success comes from the local community groups.
Thank you, Madam BA. We only have 5 more quick items, Madam. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2, please.
Roll call for item number 2. For adoption, Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Okay. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, it's just amazing to me, the effort, the sales pitch that we get for everything, every single item here. When I come off Route 80, I don't see the numbers of tents reducing. I see the number of tents growing. When I'm at a Hinchcliffe Stadium, whatever outing for the 100 players, and I got guys that's coming up to me saying, hey, like, I live in the 3rd Ward, and I have tents now in my neighborhood. So Councilman Mendez, his name is Mr. Kenny Eatman. I'm sure you know him well. If you don't, I'll give you his information, but he's now complaining about the tents that are lining up across the street from his home. This entire city is becoming tent city. Right outside, there's people who are asleep. As soon as we leave out, how are you? You're the signing authority for the city. You're the top attorney. You're the lead corporation counsel for the city. And every single decision maker that sits on this council has to leave this building and look at people sleeping on cardboard boxes. Those of us that need to take the stairs to get out, you can't because there's someone sleeping in front of the staircase. We're allocating millions of dollars for people to earn a handsome check. I don't care where the money comes from. There is a responsibility to those that we outline to do work. Now, very quickly, and I'll be as brief as possible. This item says the scope of services are available for review in the office for the purchasing agent. So, you know, we're still not having an understanding to the agencies that's available in our community to render these services, and yet this council will vote on an incomplete item where we don't even understand the scope of services. So we're just here, as we normally do, give a blank check. Sure, it's $1 million. Oh, it's not from the taxpayers, no problem. And we just allow it to go through while the responsibility of care and services to our community continues to be unmet. And if I'm mistaken, then why are we not seeing a reduction? Some people say, oh, well, they don't want the services. Do they not want these same services in other municipalities that's not growing at the rate that we're growing in? Anyway, I hate to be the one complaining or bring the facts to the table, but Madam Clerk, I cannot support this in good consciousness. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Clegg.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We need more services like this. We need more funding from the state as well. So we could have we could have not have those tents out there. They're the one who are trying to help these people. If somebody don't want to get help, what can they do? But there are help out there. These people go out there to try to help them. So we need more funding. We need more boots on the ground. My vote is definitely yes to support this.
Thank you,
Madam Clerk.
Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So I just want to put on record before I vote, I just want to commend, I remember with the Real Fix program, there were some concerns, and I know Councilwoman Cotton and different ones from this council made some recommendations to Mr. Bowles and to his team in regards to some things that would really help them connect with those that are going through tough times in our community. And one of the things they did with these wraparound programs, they connected with partnerships with individuals such as Dr. Moody, Ruby's Vision, James Johansson, and so many others that we can name, like all of them. And all of them are working because they know the community, they're out there all the time. And this particular item is to continue those community on the ground partners with the boots on the ground work they're doing to connect with those people that possibly, unfortunately, those that are in charge, like the innovation officer and others, may not have been able to get the same opportunity. So I want to commend all of them. I don't want to quote all of you, but you know, all of you that are connected to Real Fix, that are Patersonians and are tied heavily to this community, I want to commend the work that you've been doing, and this work will continue with this particular item. So I'm looking forward to this as it moves forward and it expands for others to be partners. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
You know, I hear people out there, if we save one life, we did a lot. If we save one life, we save a lot. We save one life, we did a lot. But let me keep it clear, councilmen and councilwomen. Not everybody that is in the tent, not all of them are addicted. Not all of them are addicted. I know some of them are homeless because they don't have a place to live. They don't have money to pay rent. They got evicted and they had to go under the bridge. Not all of them are addicted. I know some people that they roll up the tents and they go to work and come back and open the tent to sleep in the street. We got veterans out there in tents. They're not addicted. So don't confuse one thing with the other. There's addiction in our street and we could know who are they. You know, if you go Market Street and other street, you see the same individual in the same traffic light asking for money. You know they are in addiction. And I asked him, go to Real Fix. They can help you out there. And I don't want to say what they say after that. But if the money is here for that, and they have to prove that it's going to be working. It's not up to me to tell them if it's working out. They have to prove that. We put the resources. There's a mental health, social mental health problem out there, and so we have to put the money where it's supposed to be because we need to move this program forward. But they the one have to prove that it's working. Based on the Madam BA, we have approximately 500 people that are being served, and that is a plus for approve. My vote with this. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I mean, with this item, this is a very, it's very concerning, the perception and the reality of the city of Paterson, because the homeless situation in the city is just out of control. We have to be honest. We have to admit it. We have a serious problem. We have people from all over the state of New Jersey coming into the city of Paterson. Let's be honest, and a lot of those people, they're not even from our community. And they're coming here looking for help, looking to get rehabilitated, and they ended up into the street, and they become our problem. I met with Mr. Bozo, the person that running this program. Based on the data, they showing positive number. And yes, I mean, one life that we could save is, it's definitely a blessing. But we all have to come together. We got to get all those local entities, those local non-for-profits involved in this problem, because they are the one, those local entities, they know where the problem is. They know who is who in our community. And we all have to come together to fight this battle, because it's a real problem. We're improving a lot of different parks. We're investing millions of dollars in our community. But when we have visitors that come here, they see people in tent, camping in the street. It's a problem. The perception, it's a reality thing. So, but it's a problem that we're gonna have to address it. But everybody, all non-for-profit people are providing services in our community also as well. Everybody, we all have to sit on the table to fight this battle. I feel very pleased with Director Ramirez. He's been going above and beyond, his effort and his relationship throughout the state to serve the community. But there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of work to be done. You go out there, we don't need to put video on. We see them every day. Some of them, they're not drug addicts. Some of them, they legitimate homeless. They don't have any place to go. But what do? Or we are going to allow them to just stay there in the street, or we're going to find a way to address and get some help for those people in need? That's the question. And the conversation have to take place with all of us included. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Very brief, item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Item number 3, resolution honoring the distinguished career and contribution of Judge Miguel de la Carrera, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, City Council. Resolution number 24:742.
So move.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Velez,
Council
second
President.
by Councilman Udine, Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item
Council
number 3.
President, before we move forward, please add Councilwoman Marissa Davila as sponsor, and moving forward, the remaining council, if they want to wish to be co-sponsored, they could do so.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Can I,
Duly noticed, Madam Clerk.
Co-sponsor?
Roll call on item number 3.
Let me as a co-sponsor.
No, you are.
Please.
The entire-
Oh, entire, thank you.
Yeah.
I truly appreciate it.
Co-sponsor? Okay. Everybody? Okay.
Whoever wished to be co-sponsor.
Okay, so I have Uden.
Yeah, you could
Councilman
ask.
Uden, and who else?
Whoever want to be co-sponsor could do so. You have to say in the record.
Duly noticed, the person that wants to be co-sponsor on item number 3, please, on roll call, you could state it on the record, just put it on the record, and Madam Clerk will take note. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
I'm sorry? Yes, I did.
Co-sponsor.
Yeah, the item is sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and Councilwoman Marissa Davila, co-sponsored by Councilman Uden and Councilwoman Mims. Very good. Okay. All right, roll call for item number 3, Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
I just want to thank Judge de la Carrera for his time with our city. You know, I've known him for many years. He's a man of honor, a man of integrity. He also swore me in my second term, and I'm saddened that he's gonna leave, but I'm happy also because, you know, it's time for him to enjoy, you know, retirement. So with that said, congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One, I want to render congratulations for anyone who sustained, but more importantly, you know, my disappointment is this seems as if this is what the council is now embodies. You know, our best performances comes about when we honor and show congratulations to people who have obviously are well deserving. But just in light of that last item we just approved, for $2 million we could build a permanent homeless shelter in the city. For $2 million we could have built for far less. I mean, you can, there's, you know, the amount of buildings that's going up in our community is, and we still have yet, and you know, somebody else commented about the high rents. Yes, because this council has been so irresponsible in allowing developers to overdevelop, no rent restrictions, and the number of calls that I get on a daily basis from people getting ready to lose their housing, while the best performances that we could come up with is honoring individuals for their hard work and labor, while this council still continues to fail the community. But in light of that, not to shadow his work, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Some of this grant money is allocated for specific purpose, specific reason. With that money, we cannot build a homeless shelter. That money is allocated for specific reason. That's one thing we have to understand. And I don't want to take away from Judge De La Carrera. Congratulations on your retirement. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Judge Carrera, thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your time. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
You know, I take this, I gotta stick with my prayer that I did today. Tried to use my wisdom. God is good, though. God is good. We resolution honoring the distinguished career and contribution of Judge Miguel de la Carrera. You know, Judge de la Carrera has impacted a lot of life out of the bench. We're talking out of the bench, okay? At the same time, has impacted life in the bench. So, as Councilwoman Mims always say, let's give the roses when the person is alive. And he has dedicated almost his life into this, especially when he was appointed by our mayor in that time, late Congressman Bill Pasquale, as a judge in the municipal court. You know, and you know, and you have to honor those people. They burn their life in going to school and giving back. And listen, I think it's a good honoree. You know, he's retiring. Go enjoy, vacation, travel. You already did your work. So Miguel de la Carrera, felicidades. And I'm going to say in Latino, un Latino que nos ha hecho a nosotros orgulloso. He makes us proud as a Latino, and he was colorblind too. My vote is yes at this honoree.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 3 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Okay. Item number 4, resolution authorizing use of the competitive contracting process to solicit proposals for financial consulting services, RFP number 2025-14 for the Department of Finance. Finance item, resolution number 24:743.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4.
It
No,
was
well,
just the
Councilman,
opposite.
that's what I said. Councilman Davila and Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on
Roll
item
call
number
on
4.
item number 4. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So before I vote, Madam BA, later at some point, and it doesn't even have to be here, but I saw on social media, there was some commentary in regards to the payment that we were giving out, the guaranteed income payment, and a lot of people were complaining that they did not get their final payment. So if we can get some information and backdrop, and you can send an email out, that would be greatly appreciated. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman? Okay. Council President?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The
Madam
votes
Clerk.
are-
My vote is no.
Oh. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay, the votes are 7 in favor, 1 no, 1 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 5.
Item number 5, resolution.
Don't come, please.
Item number 5, resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding between the City of Paterson, Department of Health and Human Services, and the Salvation Army to operate a Code Blue Welcoming Center. This is a Health and Human Services item, resolution number 24.
So moved.
Code
Second.
744.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Udine, and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5.
Roll call on item.
Discussion?
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
I see the director,
Yes.
Director, so I got multiple phone calls. In fact, even from some of the contractors that were contracted to work the site, where obviously they still have to be paid. But there was individuals that walked all the way to the new location and were turned away because the facility, the site was not opened for them. And it was a night when it was well into 30 degrees. Is there, what are we doing now? What is the plan? And I understand, and I commend you for finding a substitute location while we were evicted from our own property. But, can you outline for us what are we doing now?
Thank you for the inquiry, Councilman.
Director, good
We've
evening.
been open every Code Blue night, so I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication or they saw a posting that was outdated. We did have to change location one night last week, but then we resolved the issue and we're able to stay at our current location. So maybe that was the miscommunication. But other than that, we've been at 545 West Broadway.
So there wasn't an individual turned away? I got a call late in the morning.
If you
when
could send me
someone
the
said they,
information, I will investigate.
They had to walk all the way over there, and then they had to walk all the way back. There was no,
I can inquire with Lieber and Troy tomorrow if you give me the information, but no one
Okay.
has reached out to my office. They were
I'll
turned
text it
away.
over to you. So right now, we're currently open full tilt. What's the occupancy capacity we have?
The capacity could be well over 100. The Salvation Army has authorized not only the lower level usage, but also the sacred space upstairs.
Where is this now?
545 West Broadway.
Same location?
Yes.
Okay.
A block from St. Gerard's.
Council
Going
President.
Up towards Heldon, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, very
Any
good.
other council members?
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila?
So I just wanted to just add and just say thank you so much. It is upsetting to know, and I know Council President sent a letter which he put on record and read last meeting regarding the reason why we were removed from 60 Temple because, they were going to be under construction, and that didn't happen. And to displace, our Code Blue Center, was very disheartening. So I want to thank you because it's my understanding you went all over looking for places, to make sure that we can continue assisting, during this cold weather. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Council President.
Council President.
Council President.
So,
I'm not sure.
Councilwoman Cap.
I just want to, it's up there on Broadway, Director. How do people, they have to walk there, can they call the Real Fix and get a ride up there? What is it, they don't call it Real Fix, they call it another name, Ride Share or something. to get up to 545 West Broadway?
If they are eligible for rideshare, yes.
When you say eligible, what you mean?
Well, you have to be eligible for those programs. And
Right, okay, so in other words, because they're so used to go to Temple Street, which is right there, how do they get way up to Broadway? They gotta walk. I mean, like,
So
is
the-
there a number they can call or something to
Yes.
get up there?
Yes, so if someone is
The fast
aware
track.
that someone is out there and they are in need of sheltering,
Okay,
there is a number which I will provide to all of you by email.
okay,
They have to call the dispatch center at the Passaic County Sheriff's Office. That is the official protocol for the county of Passaic. They must call dispatch at the sheriff's department. They must
Okay.
say there's an individual in need of sheltering. The sheriff's department is legally obligated to go out there and transport that individual.
okay.
Right.
Sheriff Department.
Councilman Dean?
Thank you, Council President. So yeah, pretty much similar question I had, that the phone numbers, and also people need to know what number they should make the phone call, and also can they just walk in and who's going to start there? Can you just explain for the community members so that if anyone notices that someone need help, shelter, they can at least be part of this process?
Thank you for that question, Councilman. So the standing operating procedure for Passaic County is you must call 211. 211 is the port of entry. 211 takes your information, puts you into the system. If you are experiencing long-term homelessness, calling 211 and getting into the system will put you on the priority list for an emergency choice voucher. So for individuals and families who are experiencing displacement, they must call 211 because that's the only way where they're going to get that emergency choice voucher from the county of Passaic. They must call 211 if it is an individual in need of immediate assistance on the street, the individuals that are, in the parks or in a tent, then they must call the dispatch center at the Passaic County Sheriff's Department. And it is a walk-in, low-barrier warming center. The shelters in Paterson, unfortunately, it's something that we've been dealing with for a while. They do have a lot of barriers for entry. This is a low barrier. Anyone who comes in will be serviced.
Perfect. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Councilman Khalid, before you.
Director, when did you find out that we are not gonna be able to use 60 Temple Street?
Code Blue starts on November 1st. We received a letter by email from Director Gorham on November 4th. So 3 days after the Code Blue season started.
That is unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
November 4th, so and you had to scramble to find a
Yes, sir.
new location.
Yes, sir.
That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you.
Council
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council
I have
President.
Councilman Jackson?
So for a point of clarity, so it started November 1st. So we actually were there occupying the space and we were evicted?
Code Blue had not been called yet, so the season starts November 1st through March 31st.
Okay,
And then Code Blue is activated by the county depending on the weather.
depending on the weather. So
Yes.
when was the first day that we actually went into
If I'm not mistaken, it was that weekend, yes.
that weekend?
Yes.
Okay, so now, Director, on another note, obviously noting that we have, and I've seen you in various areas servicing some of the people who are sleeping on the streets. When we have these individuals who are we doing some type of wellness check? Is your department, or who is responsible for, doing wellness checks on some of these individuals sleeping in various areas in tents outside of these buildings? Or we just, if they make it to the warming center, that's great. If they don't, tough luck. What is this situation?
Unfortunately, I don't know of, there are only 3 cities in Passaic County that are obligated by law to have a warming center, which is Clifton, Passaic, and us. I don't know that any of the other 2 cities have an outreach program. We currently don't because we don't have the staffing to do that and we don't have the budget to do that. And it is not a requirement of the Code Blue Act. We have many organizations in the city that do go out and we thank them for that. St. Joe's has a program that is funded by DCA, which is called the St. Joseph's PATH program. They should be going out and doing this outreach.
But are they? So, I mean, whether they should or not, as a municipality, all of those entities who are making money in our community, however they're making it, we should be holding them accountable for the services that they should be rendering. So
we do not fund them They are funded through other sources, but I've made it known to the county, and they are holding them accountable when we see that there's a lapse in the services.
So I understand we don't fund them, but we do provide the vehicle for them to be funded, meaning they put in their application saying they're servicing a population in the city of Paterson, and however their grant applications read. But just on the last item we voted on, I mean, understanding what is the requirement or the what's the call from the community. Councilwoman Davila at the last meeting said, oh, you know, some people don't want the help. If we know that we have a great deal of people that's sleeping outside that are refusing the assistance, we should have moved some of that money for real fix for those who don't, and making sure that we don't end up on the news with somebody not making it through the night on one of these. Because, I mean, it's been cold, but it hasn't really been that cold as of yet. It hasn't been 10 or below 0. You know, when we get to those points, I'm curious of how a lot of these people are going to be able to survive out there sleeping in a tent, you know, off Route 19 specifically. So I think there needs to be some kind of plan put in place, whether it's the collaboration with one of the outreach organizations, but there should be some wellness checks, you know, periodically when the weather drops below 30 degrees. I appreciate it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5.
Roll call on item number 5, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director and Madam BA, I want to give kudos to the director for leveraging his relationships, his partnerships to clean up a mess that was inherited by another agency that put a mess on our hands, and within, I would say, a month, because you had Thanksgiving that came up, and please thank Salvation Army for bailing us out and allowing a warm place to stay. And it really shows some of these other nonprofits that didn't come to the table, big nonprofits around the city, that says, hey, we're here to do good, but no one really opened up their door to us. So, Director, thank you very much. We're really hard on our directors, but this is what we see when people get the job done. So I commend you, and, you know, thank God for the Salvation Army, because people do need a warm place to go, and we got to do better. The Housing Authority can't do that. That doesn't just happen where construction just starts, and unfortunately, hopefully next year, there's more planning in this, that we're not scrambling in the, you know, before the holidays in December for a place to get
Council
there. So,
President, I know you're in the middle of roll call, but I want to thank Madam BA and the mayor for the support that they gave me and the trust they put in me to make this happen. So thank you, Madam BA, and thank you, Mayor.
Duly noted.
Excuse me,
All right.
Director, you do not interrupt me when I'm voting, all
I
right?
said I
This
know
is
you're in the
not-
middle
this
of
is
roll
not-
call.
This isn't the mayor's cabinet meeting, all right? We got the mic. You could do that in their meeting, not here, all right? No, my vote is
My
yes.
apologies.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Clerk, I just want to say to you, Director Ramirez, that I send a lot of people to you, myself. I get the phone calls, I send them to you, and you do everything in your power to get the services and the help that they need. And I want to say thank you, because I know what I send to you on a daily basis. So I appreciate what you do for the city of Paterson here. Thank you, Director. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
I've already thanked you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
This is the last item?
One more.
No.
Before the last one.
That I was going to say, I'm out of here. Director, great job.
Everybody will
My
be
vote
out
is
of here.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So, great job, Director, but I do want to put on the record, if you look at the temperature, the way the county works with the warming, the center, is if the temperature is 32 degrees below. But if you look at the temperature was in the 50s and 70s. It did not start dropping until the beginning of December. So in actuality, the homeless shelter was not really in function until December. So if you take a look, you know, I'm always doing my due diligence to make sure, but if you look at the calendar, every day is noted the temperature. It was in the 50s and the 70s, even some days in the 80s in the month of November per the calendar for Paterson, New Jersey. So I want to put that on record. So the shelter, they really didn't use it because you can't utilize it per the county's process and procedures until it's below 32 degrees. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we are in winter season, and we see on our streets, even the place you're sitting in, if you just get out from the door, you will see people sleeping on the street. And this is the time we need a shelter place. We need a place for people to warm themselves. So I think this is a correct movement, Director. I know it's a very short time you got, and I commend that. In the near future, I think we have to think about shelter of our own and also think about how we can minimize the homelessness on our streets. This is very important. So my depth vote is respectfully yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Director, I hope it's the first and last time that you interrupt Abdelaziz. This is the first time he say the whole meeting.
He's about to leave. Wait.
Okay, in a serious note, Director, Director, I know you commend the administration to giving you the trust and goodwill that you put this in place, and the support. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Council members,
And Councilman Rubicon. This is really important. As Councilwoman Min stated, if you look at the temperatures from November to now, there's only about 2 days that we had a cold blue, 2 days in a row, right? But if we're gonna think out of the box, this should be turned into, and everybody could use it when it's 90 degrees, 80 degrees, 0 degrees, below 0, as a homeless shelter too. Homeless shelter. And I hope the administration could give you also that power and tool to go and sit down with them and say, you know what, this could be a homeless shelter too. You know, and put resources there for them at the same time, and not just giving shelter. Saying that, but we talking about Cold Blue. It's close to downtown. It's close to everyone. So my vote is yes. Thank you, Councilman Khalid.
Thank you,
My vote is yes.
Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely, and Director, you hear the sentiment from the council. You've been doing an outstanding job, because I was fully aware that this was your effort, getting that location, using your connection to have a warming center. Otherwise, the third largest city in the state of New Jersey will not have a warming center, because as we hear from you, the housing department, they removed us November 4 from 60 Temple Street, which is unacceptable. Every independent agency, it has to be the right partner for the city of Paterson. And we all here to serve our community, to serve our constituents, to serve those people in need. And what they did was it was unacceptable. I'm not gonna stay quiet about this. It's really sour and very, it's very concerning to me, the action that they're taking. The situation with our homeless population that need a place to stay is there. We cannot, just turn around and not look at it. Yes, Councilman Jackson said it the best. At the end of the night, go outside and you'll see people sleeping outside. We need shelter. We need shelter. We need those agencies that are here in the city of Paterson to get in the room and work with all of us to correct this problem, because it's all of us' problem. And there's a lot of red tape with some agency in order for them to take care and help somebody. I don't want to say name. I just want to say that there's people in need in this community, and if you think that it's okay to have people camping, sleeping in the street, and not getting the help that they need, and at the same time, we have agency in the city of Paterson that's their job. It's our responsibility to come together and help those people. That's our job, and I believe that that's the reason why we're all here for. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 5 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, council members. It's 8:36, and this is the last item before public portion. It's almost Christmas, and let's do the last item, item number 1 on first reading.
Item number 1 is a first reading ordinance, no public hearing required. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 195 of the Paterson, New Jersey Code, camping on public property, Health and Human Services.
So move.
Second. Discussion.
Discussion moved by
Councilwoman
Councilwoman Davila, Council President Mendez, second by Councilman Udine. Discussion, and Councilman Mims.
No, I did not. Absolutely not.
Who did a second?
I
Discussion.
second.
Discussion.
Councilman Velez, second. Discussion, I have Councilman Udine, and I have Councilman Velez, and who else?
I didn't
Councilman
move,
Udine.
I didn't move it.
Councilman Udine.
All right, thank you, Council President. So,
No, I didn't move it.
Director, this is from your department, I believe?
He said you didn't?
This was a request from various council members. It is coming through my department, yes.
So, I believe you're gonna state your stand on this, that what do you think would happen? But my point is that, without providing shelter, just do the wrap up on this, that those who are sleeping on the public places, they will be fined $2,000, 90 days of imprisonment and or 90 days of community services. Am I correct?
That is what it states. It is an opportunity, though, I may add. This was crafted looking at other city ordinances. You know, since the Supreme Court decided a few months back that this was legal to do. Okay,
Right.
awesome, thank you. We keep getting inquiries from all of you, from the community, about these tents popping up all over the city. We don't have a mechanism to hold these people accountable. There are a lot of people on the streets of the city that are really vagrants. They're not really homeless.
Right.
And, you know, there's a school of thought out there that they're doing this to make all of us look bad. You know, there are groups purposely distributing certain tents for people to just camp up in different public areas to make all of us look bad. So we need to have something in the book so that the police department, DPW, and my department can have some level of enforcement.
So, Director, I'm 100% agreed what you have stated, and I personally want to see that our streets are clear from the homelessness. That's 100% agreed. Let me give an example what the resolution that we approved today about regarding the shelter during the cold blue time. So this is, let's say, the capacity of 100 people there, right, at this moment. Now, we do not have real shelter in our city to cover the individuals on the street, do we?
We do not have a city-run shelter, but we do have many shelters in the city. So there are shelter beds right now at certain agencies that are about 40 to 50% empty tonight. There are beds in the city. Individuals just don't want to conform to the rules of some of these shelters. So we do have beds. There are people who choose to be on the streets of this city every single night.
So my next question is, for example, if we go for enforcement tonight with that ordinance, can we place all the individuals right now on the street? Do we have enough space for everyone that are sleeping at this point on the street?
According to the pit count of last year,
Right.
we only have about 70 street homeless in the city of Paterson. 70, 76. So yes, we will have capacity.
All right, so I just want to keep on the record before we go for voting. Now, we don't want to hear from the individuals that I am fined, I'm imprisoned because of sleeping on the street, but we look for services, but city failed to provide services. That's how I stand.
So a lot of these services, Councilman, are provided by other governmental entities. We make the referrals on the city level, but the responsibility lies with the County Human Services, with the Board of Social Services, and with other county and state agencies. So, you know, we provide them the support that they may need to apply to these services. That's not really the case that they didn't get any assistance. You know, there's a process. And, you know, as you recall, you all authorized the community court initiative that the administration, Corporation Council worked so hard on. This is an opportunity to get some of these people through community court into services and permanent housing.
Look, personally, I'm talking about myself. I personally support that because the other municipalities, our neighbors are throwing their stuff on our shoulder. That's happening. I do agree. My point is we have to consider our city's people at the same time.
Absolutely.
We don't want to throw them on the water suddenly. If we are prepared, if we have enough shelter for our people, I 100% agree. We don't want to welcome the new problems from our neighbors. We don't want to do that.
And
That I 100%
to
agree.
your point, Councilman, the reason why we have so many individuals on our streets is because we don't have something like this in the books.
Got it.
You know, when Ed Bosey was doing his research for Real Fix, one of the first things that every single individual interviewed on the streets confessed to them was, we're in Paterson because the police don't harass us. We don't get questioned. They don't check if we have warrants.
Right.
You know, this will enable us and the police and all the other entities involved to do a little bit of that, not to harass people, but to make sure that they are doing what they need to do to get off the streets.
Now, this is my last question. I'm sorry for asking them any question. I did not speak. I saved the time to ask the question at the end, so it came to. So the last question is, to enforce this regulation, do the police department or the individuals who enforce have to have mental health issue experts, or anyone can do that?
Well, we'll make sure that they have crisis intervention training. I'm sorry. There are a lot of county entities and other nonprofits that do provide that. Most of our police are trained already in crisis intervention. We can make sure they're all trained. I have a call to community policing tomorrow, and we are going to talk about this and how we're going to enforce it, because community policing does want to step up and assist with this.
Sounds great. All right, thank you, Director.
Council President.
Councilmember Les?
You hit in the nail.
That's a new iPhone, Councilwoman? There's a new one? That's a new one?
You just hit in the nail.
That the cable?
And the other day I
The old
asked,
one? But that's a new
Council
phone.
President, please. The other day I asked
Can you try?
the mayor why we started backwards in the situation of the tennis court and the Board of Ed. And you just hit in the nail. How you gonna have a conversation with PD after this is approved, when you have to have the conversation first to see if they are able by law to enforce it? Hold on, because let me say it this way. I have called police to let them know that Roberto Clemente has 2 camping tents, and they say, what you want me to, what else you wanted to do? Because it's a DPW issue. That park belongs to DPW, right? So where the police is gonna stand to enforce it, when even the ordinance says, it don't say who's gonna enforce it, okay? The ordinance says, it don't even say police is gonna enforce it. Is the ordinance is good, it looks good, right? But who's gonna enforce it? You cannot send a DPW inspector to a park, because what's gonna happen is that guy's gonna get aggravated, he's gonna get mad, move me if you want, he's gonna get slapped, spit, whatever. The scenario, let's live the real scenarios, Now, here I go. I'm a law enforcer. I'm going by the ordinance. A TCOP is a municipal ordinance, and probably the police has some kind of general guideline, attorney general guidelines that say you can't do that. Right now, we put in place an ordinance to not sell gas to the bikes, to confiscate them or whatever, and the attorney general said you cannot pursue, you cannot chase, you cannot do this, you cannot do this. So it was a feel good ordinance that we did. We did even a press conference in the gas station, and we got more Muppets and my motorcycle all over. because the police cannot, hold on, the police cannot enforce it because the state general guidelines say you cannot chase, right? That's an example right now. Here we go. Here comes police, tell you you cannot be in the sidewalk. They already got it in the book, obstruction of sidewalk. You could apply obstruction of sidewalk. If a person is laying down on the sidewalk, the police could go and say, you're already obstructing the sidewalk. You had to move. But now, here comes me as a police officer, and I could say, listen, you cannot be in the sidewalk. You cannot be camping. And they move. Down the road, there was no alternative to help that person. That person goes, walk the tracks, the train comes and kill him, and the last person I heard, no, a police officer for moving from a sidewalk, and he walked to the track and got killed. There was no option to help him in that moment. So we chasing people around. We chasing people around, and we're not giving the right solution. And I gave a right solution when we was approving the number 5. The code blue sounds good because we use it 1 month or 35 days or whatever happens if it 2 days is cold. But that place should be used as a homeless shelter all year round. And then get some art money, get some grants to support that, right? To support that shelter. And I think that the residents and the people that are seeing this type of camping thing could appreciate that. Comes with resources. Director,
Sure.
and I know it bothers us, right? Seeing a camping site, and we see it in Route 19. But you know, one day I called about that camping thing, and you know what they say? That's belong to the state. The state had to do something, or that have to do something. You told the individual under the trestle of Route 80. We told the city, we got 3 camping sites under the Route 80 exit by the Classic used to be there or whatever. And I called DPW, no, that's the state property. They the one that had to come down. State trooper had to come down. The one on Breeze Street, Spring Street, under the Route 80, no, that's the state property. They need to go there and do that. So who are we gonna pass the buck, right? And right now, this is a good initiative if there was a plan in place for them. And Director, you just stated, we refer them. But what about those people that we refer? They're not gonna do nothing. They're not gonna do nothing. If they wanna do something with those homeless and those people in camping, we don't need this. They should go out there, get the resources, get a place, not moving around. You can move it around every day. But if you tell her, listen, this is the help that we're gonna give you. I have encountered those individuals and say, what I could do to help you to stay out of this site. I say, I need a job, I need a house, I need this, I need that. And I tell them, go over here, go over there. I say, I already went there. And they come empty-handed. And I'm not saying that the office don't try to do what they have to do, because I refer a lot of cases to this office and they do what they have to do. But the problem is that director comes and refer them to those individuals that get the grant from us, and they say they don't have no funding. They don't have no funding. So let's be realistic.
So,
Councilman Mendez, I know you're going to repeat what I'm saying, but
I'm not planning to repeat what you're saying, Councilman. Councilman Velez, I just have a few other Council colleagues.
No,
just to entertain
the floor, Councilman.
Do I say that you don't have the floor?
Huh?
Do I say that you don't have the floor?
No, but you interrupted me.
No, I'm not interrupting.
So what you want to say?
I'm
So
trying
go
to
ahead.
just please.
What you
no.
want to say? What
Just
you
try
wanna
to
say?
wrap her up to open the floor to 3 more Council colleagues that I have.
Okay.
Because this is the last item.
So-
That's what I want to say.
So last but not least, wrapping up and trying to stay with my prayer, I think this is, we still have missing things here. Missing language on this. I think it should go back to Public Safety Committee and have the police intake on it, and then come back with everything. Because as you notice, on Section E, Chapter 215, 195-1, disorderly conduct, say same A, same B, same C, same E. I want to know what that same is. So probably we're missing something here. I want to see the whole chapter in this to see what is same is not, because you adding but the enforcement. Now look at this. $2,000 fine for a person for this assault disorder. $2,000 fine. You imagine they probably died with a heart attack. $2,000 fine. They cannot even find a place to sleep and eat or whatever, and they just fine them $2,000 fine. I think this should go back to, I don't know if I agree.
I have three.
To go back to public safety too, and then
multiple,
come with a
Councilman.
complete ordinance, how they're gonna enforce it, what the police opinion will be, because I don't think the inspectors are gonna do this.
Council President?
Sure, council member, just a minute, and I would respectfully, council member, ask to, just be brief when you comment. There's no need to spend like 10, 15 minutes. I know we're in discussion, but let me just say this. I know I have Councilwoman Mims, I have Councilman Abdelaziz, and I have Councilman, and Councilman Jackson, I do apologize, he was the first one. But Director, Councilman Dean, just I need the director attention for a minute. You hear, no, I just, let me talk, because director was very, he's a very council member. I have a conversation with Corporation Council month ago, and I have a conversation with the director. And I make this request. I'll put it like that. It's plain simple. I put my name on the thing that I bring it. A month ago, I met with Corporation Council. He met with director. He said, listen, this is gonna be. I said, listen, I'll put my name on, let the committee go over, and now it's here. In the city of Paterson, any person from the state of New Jersey, could come here and open a tent in front of City Hall, by the health department, downstairs, that you could video everybody, and nobody will touch them. Nobody will touch them. I'm very sure that the committee did the work, as Councilman Dávila stated, that they have a conversation with Captain Mary. Now, this is a legitimate concern. We don't know who we have in the street of Paterson, sleeping in the street of Paterson. This is not about homeless. Any criminal throughout the state of New Jersey or out of state, they could come here and play like they are homeless. And they could just go under the bridge, open a tent, and stay there for many years. Nobody will bother them. That have to stop. That really destroying our community. The director mentioned 76 homeless throughout the city of Paterson. We have entity, let's say that's a little bit more. There's entity with shelter here that they're not on the table. There's entity that their job and their responsibility is to provide services for those homeless and for those people in need. Let's call them, those people that are out there. I don't see everybody on the table. The city is the one holding and carrying that responsibility. The health department with the director running around, that need to stop. Those entities, they're getting a lot of funding. I'm not here to mention name, but the reason why this is on the table, and I'm in full support of this, is because we need to call every entity and sit on the table. That really destroying our city. How is possible that what happened in Paterson, it doesn't happen in Clifton, it doesn't happen in Heldon, it doesn't happen in Prospect Park, it doesn't happen in Passaic, in the city of Passaic. You could go to Hawthorne. Listen, if I open a little tent on Hawthorne, I will be there for a minute. In a minute, there will be 3 or 4 police officers. What are you doing here? You need help? Let me take you to the hospital. You need help? Let me take you to a shelter. What are we doing here? We let them stay in the street. Urinating, defecating, asking for money, panhandling. And now we're not doing anything about it. What are we doing? What are we doing by fixing parks, resurfacing our road, try to clean our city, where we have people coming from all over the state, and we allow everybody to open a tent in the middle of the street, in the corner, in front of City Hall, and we're not doing anything about it. How's that sounds? I cannot allow my son to get the bus in front of City Hall because I don't feel safe. How's that sounds? That need to stop, and this legislation is on first reading. And if we really want to do the right thing, we'll put politics aside. Let's move on first reading. Let's meet with police. Let's continue working with the director, and you will see that we're going to get things done. Now, we don't have nothing on the table to enforce that. You know, brother, church boy, my favorite one. Now, anybody could come to Paterson from the state of New Jersey and open a tent right there. I'm inviting everybody, when we leave here, go on the corner. You'll see how many people are sleeping there. What are we doing? Nothing about it. Oh, we can do nothing about it because they refuse to get help. Guess what? If you are in the city of Paterson and we want to provide you the help, if you're not, you better move out of my town. You better leave the street because we have entities that are providing services and you refuse to take it. Something has to be
Council
done.
President.
We're not perfect, but we're moving in the right direction. And
Council
I'm inviting
President.
everybody to just look outside in front of this building, and you'll see how many homeless we have and people sleeping there, and
Council-
nobody's doing anything about it.
Council President.
So let me open the floor, council
Council-
members. I have three. I have Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mims, and Councilman De La Cis, and then we're ready to vote. Councilman Jackson.
Well, first, let me applaud Council President. First, let me applaud Council President for a magnificent performance. All of a sudden, he's finding a moral compass, I guess. But anyway, this is an answer to the failure. The most ridiculous thing that I heard tonight, and Director, by all means, please, you know, everybody takes shots at you every once in a while. I'm not doing that. I am, but I'm not. But because I know it didn't come from you, because I'm sure you would never come up with something like this. But that people are sleeping in tents to make us look bad. Like, I mean, I'm gonna leave my comfortable bed and my trailer or wherever I was staying, and I'm gonna go get a tent so I can make Paterson look bad. Guess what? Paterson doesn't need help in looking bad. Paterson, we don't need help looking bad. All you gotta do is watch a council meeting and see some of the craziness that we vote for, right? Now, this is an answer to a bigger problem, to a failure, because even on a previous item, right, the council president has so much disdain for this developer, Royceman. Now, I sat here and I begged every council member. I said, this guy's walking away with $40 million in developers' fees. Council president said, I voted yes for it, I vote again for it, and letting this guy walk out of here while all those residents are down there receiving notices for eviction. A few years ago, I had to come before this council and then go before the Housing Authority Board and beg the councils for support, which I never got, when a resident from the Housing Authority was illegally evicted. I had to go spend my own time and money to hire an attorney to go and challenge the Housing Authority, because this woman was sleeping in her car while she had a daughter going to school at Tech, and she was illegally targeted and illegally evicted. You want to go through the list of the people that's being illegally evicted? I had to write another letter because the city, our corporation council, is busy doing other things, showing up at feedings and things of that nature. When residents call because they're being illegally evicted for the astronomical amounts of rent, that call's not being answered. Then I take it upon myself, I write the legislation to stop people from receiving monthly fees of $200-300 for illegal parking fees, and I get nothing but roadblocks. I wanted to say, Corporation Council, I'm very pleased to see you come back. I was getting a little concerned after last week's meeting, and you stormed out of here all upset, and he got all belligerent, yet again, all belligerent, stormed out of here early, you have to listen to me. You work for me. You work for me. Your responsibility is to work for the council.
Yeah.
Exactly. And again,
Okay.
when he stormed out of here all with a hissy fit, because he, you know why I was late? You know why I was late? Because the irresponsibility of your office with all the homeless people sleeping downstairs, and me having to take my own initiative to write my own legislation, which he failed yet again to provide a true legal reasoning behind why he didn't support it. He just didn't want to support it, and he came up with some rhetoric that was not supported by nothing legal. His answer was not supported by one state statute, by one city code, by one federal Corporation Council. Please know the decorum, sir. You can ask for the microphone. You can ask for the microphone the same way that I have to.
Council members.
Yet again, look at him.
Council.
If this was a debate, he would be definitely.
Council members.
Council President.
Council members.
Point of order.
Council members.
Point of order.
Community.
Point of order.
But he
Council
stole a
President.
$50,000.
Point of order. Council President.
Councilman Khalid.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Point of order is
your
we
point of
are
order?
discussing item number 1. This conversation has nothing to do with item number one. That's the point of order.
Thank you, council members.
Stay
If
on
we could stay
topic.
on item number 1, which is the last item before we open the floor for public portion, I'll deeply appreciate it, council members. At the end of the meeting, I will open the floor for you to express your concern.
No, we're not doing that.
No, that's fine.
Councilman Velez went on for an extensive period of time. Then you said something about it, and then you came on and went on for an extensive
just
period of
listen.
time. And now that I'm pointing out the
got the floor,
facts,
Councilman.
I think we need to go to the tape.
Everyone's feathers get ruffled.
Everyone's
Everyone's feathers get
the
ruffled.
most tonight.
Everyone's
Let's go back to the
everyone's
tape.
feathers get ruffled when
And let's
the
ask for the
truth
minutes.
comes out.
Councilman Jackson,
The fact of the matter is-
my request is to stay on item number 1, because that's the discussion that we're having before we vote on it. That's all.
Council President, I know that it's very difficult for you sometimes to
No, it's
understand
not.
the relevancy.
It's not.
Okay, if you just stop interrupting me, sir. I know it's difficult at times for you to understand the relevancy, but when we have homeless people, right, who are impacted by astronomical rents, that are impacted by additional fees, such as illegal parking, which we already have on the books, that's being failed to be enforced by the administration. It's not irrelevant. Here we are getting ready to implement fines, fees, and jail time for people who are sleeping on the street, various reasonings. And I'm pointing out to you on various different occasions where I had no support, not only from this council, but from the Office of Corporation Counsel, from people being illegally targeted, illegally evicted, the same as we were from the warming center. Everyone finds issue with that. But how is it not accurate when somebody's being charged $300 additional on top of a $2,000 rent for parking, when that's illegal? That could potentially cause someone else to be homeless. So here we are now looking to do the same thing that we're doing all the time. We're targeting the residents. Instead of being committed to making sure that people don't take advantage of our community the way Royceman has, a guy walking out of here with $40 million in developers fees, and then he decides to evict us from the warming center. Now we have issue with that. So it is definitely relevant, definitely relevant. How do we bring forward legislation with a clear conscience, and I'm assuming this was reviewed by Corporation Counsel's office as well, to instead of looking at the root of the problem and how are we going to make sure that we don't have individuals sleeping on the streets, let's enforce and implement further discourse to their lives by shooting a $2,000 fine and jail time in their way. That's our answer. That's our answer for the conditions in this community, where the rents have become out of control, they skyrocketed. You know, in other municipalities that have similar circumstances, let's take Newark, for example. What Roz did, he made a number of different homeowners. He made homeowners. He kicked these same developers out of his community. When our community, not only do we roll out the red carpet for them, we let them screw over our public. And then want to say it's irrelevant. While Corporation Counsel failed to answer the questions last week, stormed out of here like a school child, sweating you. Do your job,
Ca-
man. Do your job. I don't have to sweat you. I don't have to sweat you.
Ca-
Listen, I don't have to
Point
sweat
of
you.
order,
Listen,
counsel.
I didn't show up. I don't show up at your high school for
Point-
your outings when you're being honored. I don't show up. How am I sweating you?
Po-
How am I sweating you? How am I sweating? Yes, and I wrote the legislation. And I wrote
Point of
it.
order.
And I
Point of
wrote
order.
it. And I wrote it.
Point of
Council
order,
President,
Councilman
can I get the
Delacy.
floor?
It's not wrong. Where's the legal bearing?
Council President,
Point of
Hey,
order, Councilman
hey,
Delacy.
Where was the legal bearing?
hey,
I said,
Counsel, I
and
got you.
after you removing the word compel, where was the legal bearing?
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
You should open your mic. You should open your mic so the public can hear your
Councilman
rhetoric.
Delacy.
Thank
Open
you,
your mic so that could be on,
Corporation Council.
record.
Corporation Council. We have a point of order by Councilman
Corporation Council, I got it.
Let's try to get back on track on the discussion.
So,
Councilman Delacy.
So, Council President, I try.
Council President, point of order.
You're next.
Council,
Point
I'm
of
going to be
order.
very brief.
No,
No,
can't.
Councilman
no, there's
Delacy.
an order, there's
What
an
is your
order,
point of order?
there's an order.
What is your
Councilman
point of order?
Jackson has
Councilman
the floor,
Delacy.
and I am next.
What is your
I'm
point of
waiting.
order? Okay, continue to wait. Be patient. Normally, you storm
Ca-
out of here
Cal-
early, going to,
Council members,
hang out at the
Councilman
hookah
Delacy.
bars and things
Point
of
of
that nature.
order, Council.
So, okay, listen.
Council
I'll
President, I have
wrap
a
it up.
point
I'll
of
wrap it
order,
up
I'll
and
explain it.
let everybody else
Councilman
get at
Delacy.
this.
So
And
point
after
of-
that,
so-
Councilman
No,
Councilman
no,
Mims.
So,
I am
to the
not.
public-
Councilwoman Mims, I'm not going to discuss this item. This is a parliamentary procedure that I'm calling a point of order.
Go ahead, we'll wait.
So
for
to
you.
the Council President, we have a back and forth of a discussion that's on a different resolution. I would ask you to give the Councilman Jackson the amount of time left for him to have the floor and then hand the floor off to Councilwoman Mims so we could get to a vote. So
Oh,
let's get in
wow.
control of this and let's move forward. The floor should be handed off and we should continue to a vote. Thank you.
Councilman Abdelaziz, that's what we tried to do. So Councilman Jackson, right after, we have Councilwoman Mims. So Councilman Jackson, let's add 3 more minutes for you to have your discussion.
Listen.
And then right after that, Councilman Mims, and then we'll be ready for a vote and open the public portion for our constituent.
Listen, it's
3
very
minutes.
fitting. It's very
Madam
fitting.
Clerk, you have the clock for 3 minutes for Councilman Jackson.
I don't need a clock. I'm wrapping it now. I'm
Okay.
wrapping it up now.
Thank you, Councilman.
It's very fitting. I mean, Councilman Abdelaziz has been walking behind giving Council President instructions for his entire tenure as president. So it's cool. He can continue to do that. But yet again, I'm going to point out the gross failures of this council to hold various entities that are making a boatload of money on our community, kicking our people in the face every day. And here we are yet again looking to kick more people who is down in the face. This is not an item to help the residents of the city of Paterson. This is an item to try to make the mayor look good so we can rid the streets of these people that he's failing and all the people who are being evicted all throughout the community. Instead of going after the rogue landlords, these derelict slumlords that's having people living under these excruciating conditions and staffing these departments so they could go and do proper inspections on lead, on poorly constructed facilities and things of that nature. Let's go out here to the streets, pick up these people, and then hit them with a fine for $2,000 so we can slap them in county jail for a little while. That's a great publicity stunt. You guys continue to carry on with the nonsense. I'm out of here.
Councilwoman Mims.
So the concerns I have, and I think Councilman Velez hit it on the head. So I just want to read just some points of this item. It says, this is a new ordinance that says no person may sleep on public sidewalks, streets, alleyways, under any bridge, train stations, or any public-owned property as a matter of public safety. Any person violating this particular section that was read may be fined up to $2,000, imprisoned for up to 90 days, or by a period of community service for not more than 90 days, or any combination thereof. Here's my concern, and I think Velez, you deserve probably extra pay for tonight, because I think you were right on point. One, this should have been dual. It should have been Health and Human Services and in our Public Safety Committee. That it should have been discussed both. I think the police should get some weigh-in, because the big issue that we have, and I appreciate what Council President stated, but the issue we have in our city is enforcement. We can create as many laws as we want, we can amend many laws as we want, but if there is no enforcement, we're just pushing paper. But the problem, so the real issue with this, and let me tell you, a lot of those individuals that are coming in that you see sleeping or in the alleyways, a lot of those individuals, not all, but a lot of them, they come into our community because we're the county seat for social services. So they come in for Turning Point, they're at Straight and Narrow, they go to these different programs, and the problem is, which I've been saying for years, there's no exit plan. So they come in from different towns, and then as long as they're here per state law, they stay here for 24 hours. They are now considered a resident of the city of Paterson. So any resources that we have, anything they need in our social services, they get that, and it takes away from the people that live here. That's one issue. That's why we need to have an exit plan that would be bigger. To me, it would have more teeth than this particular item. You say these people are coming in, within 24 hours, you get your treatment, it's over by 3 o'clock. There's a van waiting, whether you live in Wyckoff, Wayne, wherever you live, there's a van waiting, and we return these people back to their communities. Same way they bring them here with their suitcase, they drop it in the corner, they stay here, and then they're able to get their dope for $3 a bag. They don't want to go to these homeless centers. As much as we have them and we talk about them, they don't want to stay there because they don't want to abide by the rules. So when they tell them you have to be in at a certain time, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, they say we don't want to stay in there because we want to stay out all night because we could take a cup, go to your car, and we make $400 a day by standing there and getting money to keep going on through the process. That's a problem. Secondly, where are these people going to get the money from? That means they'll be at more of your cars, more of the windows, with their cups out, asking for more money because there's no way they could pay $2,000. And here's the biggest thing, and that's why, and I just text because I want OIC and the captain, I wanted them to watch. Here's the biggest thing. There's something called criminal bail reform law. Criminal bail reform law, which is now in place, if you get locked up for situations such as this, sleep on an alley, camping out with a tent, you are let out within 24 hours based on your own recognizance. So there's no way this can be enforced. Criminal bail law is a state law. State law always trumps local. So I'm not understanding how there's no way we can implement it. I mean, we could pass it, but it's not going to be enforced because it can't trump state. If these people get, first of all, there's an issue because say you go and you go to the person and say, get up, move. You could do that now. The DPW, every day he left, I'm sure, Billy, if you're watching, or any DPW worker, every morning we call, and many of you have called, they go out, they clean up the area, hour later, 2 hours later, it's back there, right? Every day this happens. So it's not that you can't move it, it's just that they go and find. When we walk in this building, 77 Ellison Street, I heard the guy ask the question, how long are you gonna be there? Because that's where I sleep. So and they take his box, they move it. He comes with a brand new box every day. This is unfortunate because it's a sickness, but to me, the better approach is if we had a strategy, it's called the exit strategy plan, in place working with the county and all of these entities that are providing these meth treatments and certain treatments to them. We have a program in place to say, you're from Wyckoff, you're from XYZ, the van is here and you're going home. And that's it. Once we do that, they'll go back. But the other communities of the people that are here, when you do the research of the people that are living here, that have been here over 24 hours, you'll find that their towns have put a law in place in their towns that they're not accepting it. So we take it because the money rolls in. If the money was rolling into their town for these treatment centers, they would be there as well. So they're not just haphazardly here, they're coming for the treatment programs. Somebody always says, follow the money. It is a fact. They come in 24 hours, and if you don't believe me, Google it. I'm not a lawyer, but I know this is what the process is. This item, and it's great. I don't know who gave it. You say you didn't write it, but whoever. But I appreciate it, but two things. One, public safety should be included on this. There has to be a conversation, and they're watching, and I know they agree because they know state law. we're not gonna be able to enforce it. You cannot. There's no way you're gonna say, I'm locking you up because you was laying on the street. You wanna be in there for 90 days. Criminal bail reform says you're out within 24 hours. Some people are out in 2 hours, 1 hour, based on their own recognizance. So, I mean, I get it, they wanna do it, but I have to go by the laws of the state. Is gonna trump this. Even if it gets approved, it's not gonna go anywhere. So I just want to put that on the
Council
record.
President.
I'm not
President
done,
Patton.
I'm not done, I'm not
no.
done.
Right, I have Councilwoman
I'm not
Cotton.
I need
done.
to speak.
Yes, you will. Okay.
I'm not done. And so I'm just putting it on the record. I appreciate these things, but the other piece is, when it comes to these type of things, enforcement is the issue we call every day. It was very sad today to receive calls as the students were on a fire drill at Alexander Hamilton. They were walking through and some of the students almost fell over some of the boxes that are out there and some of the stuff that is left by some of these same individuals. So I am asking Madam BA, I gave it to Director, that we get that trestle under by Alexander Hamilton as one of the areas cleaned up. Just to see that video today that was sent to me, yes, was very disturbing. But I just would like us, and I'm gonna put this request in place, we need to have an exit plan for those people that are coming into our community, getting these treatments. We don't mind them coming in, they need to be treated, but they need to go home. Paterson cannot be their domicile, and then it becomes our issue and our concern. So we have to put that in place, and I would rather see that type of legislation come forward with some exit plans to get those people back to their various residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll clap for myself.
Thank you. Before Councilwoman, I have Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Delacis, and
Okay.
then roll call after the two
No,
council
we
council.
gotta, I just wanna say
And
to
the
you.
Corporation Council, I'm sorry, I know, you asked for the floor. After the two council members, you were next, and then we'll
Okay.
go on with, item number
Now,
one.
who's next?
You're next, Councilwoman.
Oh, okay. I just want to say, I see the resolutions that you want public property, and the issue is, and you know it, that they're not gonna move them. I call all the time about the railroad tracks, like constantly. I call you, Director, about the railroad tracks. They got tents up there, and the railroad track. They're not gonna call the police. They're not calling to say remove them. So we're saying we want to do this for city-owned property, remove them from the property. But I just want to say also, and I hear Councilwoman Mims, I have constantly been saying since I've been here, Straight and Narrow keeps getting money, and they got no exit plan. No exit plan. You stay there for 2 weeks, you can walk right out the door. Just walk right on out. And of course, they ain't got no van to put them in and take them where they came from, but so it's not the city that makes the exit plan, it's those programs that makes the exit plan. When they come here, they have to be able to, no, you don't want to stay here? No, we're not letting, you see them walking down the street with a suitcase, rolling their suitcases with them. They're like, it's unbelievable until we I think the city has to kind of force something with Straight and Narrow. They're the main ones here, the Straight and Narrow. They're the main ones. When you have other organizations like the shelters, they do their best to make sure those guys stay there. I think we have one family shelter. We have a shelter over here on Circle Avenue. We also have the shelter over here in Oasis. I'm not sure if they have one too, but to me, the railroad tracks with the homeless, with the tents, we got to do something. I think it's just not enough. It's just not enough. And I say we got to have the conversation. Let me understand that. And let me let everyone know out there. We have inspectors that we can't even send out to inspect nothing because we have to send a police officer with them. You know that. We have to send a police officer with inspectors to inspect. Because they get there, the people are very violent now. I mean, people living in homes are very violent. And they cannot go there on their own. And they'll say in a minute, I'm not going. If I don't have a police escort, I'm not going. So we got to look at all that, Director. But I think that this needs to get more stuff in it that we need to make sure if we put it in place that it's going to get done. Thank you.
Councilman Delacis.
Thank you. So, Council President, I am, to the public, try to be a voice of reason on what we have in front of us. This body, all 9 of us, definitely understands we have an issue with people, homeless, vagrants, whatnot, that are in public areas. These are public problems. They're in parks. They're by schools. Areas that we see in front of City Hall, in front of this meeting. Public areas. Now, we ask ourselves, how do we help these people first? And we have our Director of Human Services, and I know each one of these council members has tried helping a person, and they refuse the help, right? I remember the person out here, one of the staffers, tried to get them into a shelter on a Cold Blue, and the lady was in her late 70s, said, I don't want to go to a shelter. Give me a bus ticket to Harlem or whatnot, whatever was said. But as a city, we hear these complaints. People come into our city and just take over. Just take over. Drop a tent, drop a sleeping bag, a pillow, make yourself comfortable on a new playground that we invest money on. And then we say, how do we fix this? And then we say, there's no teeth to what's in the books. Regardless of what's going on, we have to have something that we could hold people accountable for something we don't want them doing. No one wants anyone sitting in public or sleeping in public, in front of your sidewalk, in front of a school. So there has to be a law that tells them, hey, if you don't take this help, and that's what I hope, Director, before there's any enforcement, we're offering them help. This got to go hand in hand with help. And there's choices now. But one choice is going to be that you can't stay here. And that's what this ordinance does. Is it perfect? No. To my colleague from the First Ward, he raved about Mayor Baraka. The city of Newark, I just searched them, have an ordinance similar to this. 30 days in jail. But so Councilwoman, I'm not looking to
Council members, Councilman Delacy has the floor.
So I
He's the
heard
last
some
speaker
valid
before we
points.
vote.
Councilwoman Mims says they're out there. We took an oath for office to legislate. We can't go out there and confiscate and put in the laws. My job is to say, here's the law, now you enforce it. You want to run for mayor and execute and enforce? That's on all you guys. But right now, Council President, I'm confident that this should go up for a vote. So when my residents tell me there's people in front of the school when I'm going there, I could say, give me the concern. We have an ordinance in place, and now these individuals from outside our area, many of them outside of our area, come in here. So now I looked in Wayne. Wayne has one, right? That's why they're not sleeping in the parks in Wayne. That's why they're not sleeping in the parks in Clifton, because they have ordinances in the book. So.
Thank you, Councilman Delacy. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Council President,
Wait up. No,
Council
we should,
President.
I would close in this.
Council members.
I would ask the Council President, put this up for a vote.
Yes,
So now
that's
we
what's
give,
happening now.
we
Council
have
members, please make your
legislation.
comment on, after,
So we
before
have
you vote.
legislation, thank you.
Council President, before.
Please, Councilmember Lance, I
Yes,
request.
Council
everybody-
President.
No, we're gonna vote, Council, just
Yes,
a
I
minute,
know, but let
Councilmember.
me see if you can answer this question for me, you, Council President. Okay? If you could answer, if you could answer for me, you could convince me. If you could
No,
answer.
no, I'm not, honestly, Council.
Okay. No, hold on, because you're
I'm not here
Council
to
President,
convince
hold
you.
on.
I'm
Because,
not
hold
here
on.
to- Councilmember Lance.
Look, there was an ordinance here, the city of
This is
Paterson.
the last item, Councilmember.
I know, this is,
No,
I'm gonna
Councilmember
tell you
Lance.
facts.
There's-
with
No,
facts.
but listen, we
Hold
can
on.
have that discussion after.
Council
under closing.
President, if you
Let's
could
pass
answer
by
this
that.
question for me,
No,
that
I'm
as a
not-
leader of the council, you could convince me. We have an ordinance here, way back,
Mm-hmm.
that failed because they was prohibiting people to feed public and homeless out there. It failed. Okay? The churches came here and say, you cannot sue that.
Thank you.
Now, second, you can answer that.
No, I will have to
hold
answer
on.
to you that.
Council President, look at the scenario that we called the police to move somebody that's camping, and they move him from there, and they go to another place, and the police had to be called again to move it from there, when the police have to
Okay.
do more,
Thank you.
more
So-
crime deterrent. You
Thank-
know, let's
thank-
be
thank you,
honest.
Councilman Velez.
If you could answer me that
Thank you.
question.
I would definitely answer that question before my vote. Council Cali. Members of the
No,
public.
I want you
we
to
have-
answer it now, Council President.
No, I definitely will, but right after that, after my answer, Madam Clerk has 10 public speakers. Now, the answer to the first question about people that are coming into the city and feeding the homeless, and I'm very honest, this is my personal opinion. Paterson is the only city that you could have any person listen to the resident of the great city of Paterson. This is the only city that you could come from any place, open a tent, and start serving food. Do we know what those people are serving? No, let me finish, Councilman. It's my humble opinion, and I'm not. And we could go back and forth.
Point of order, Council President.
So I will answer.
Point of
Stay
order.
tuned, Madam Clerk. Roll call on this item. Roll call. I stay tuned. I will give my answer during my vote. Okay? Stay
Roll call
tuned.
on
Roll call,
item
Madam
number
Clerk.
1 on first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
That,
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you,
Point
Cal-
is coming out, brother. I'm sorry.
thank you. And before I vote, I'll be remiss if I didn't express my heartfelt gratitude to Corporation Council. You have always been professional when you draft this and oversee, and you have guided this council to follow the law. Some people don't like following the law.
That's true.
Right? Some people don't want to draft and things that they give us are illegal. I want to commend you for continuing to keep this council on track, and regardless of what people say. I will take your guidance, your legal opinion and guidance before anyone else on this council. So I just want to put that on the record. Keep up the good work, Corporation Council, because what I've learned, when people don't want to follow certain rules, they try to defame and say different things. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say also that it needs some more stuff in here. It's too much. It's just not enough. I really need to hear. I wish our public safety director was here, or even our OIC person was here to say how we gonna do this. If I pick up the phone and somebody's sleeping in Barber Park, are they gonna come? Are they gonna come? I can't get them. I can't get them off the railroad track. I can't get them off the railroad track. And no, I'm just saying no. I mean, and they do come, but sometimes they're so overloaded. Our police department is so overloaded with calls and calls and calls that I just don't see how. And you said you spoke with them. I don't know. I'm not sure if you did. I didn't even see this. So for now, I can't. I just can't for now on this one. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
I get more calls for that railroad track. Hamilton Ave and Broadway.
It is beyond, and all of my colleagues, they have their reasons, but I can tell you, and I can open my phone, the amount of people that call, text, post it on social media, tag us, okay? Something has to be done. I've spoken to the previous OIC. I've spoken to the current OIC. I've spoken to the director. I have the floor, Councilwoman.
Nobody ain't talked to us.
Councilwoman, I am
Cotton,
talking about,
please.
I'm not
Go
saying
ahead.
that I
You go
sat
ahead,
down
because I don't know
and
what
I had
person
a
you talked
meeting.
to.
This is not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying when I make a phone call and I have second ward constituents calling me up and sending me pictures. Right now, I have the floor and everybody's speaking. And I'm quiet when everybody's talking. So I
Okay,
have
fine.
residents calling me up from the 3rd Ward. You should see, I live in Park East Terrace, the amount of people that call me about the situation of the young man that camps right on the corner of Edward and Route 20. numerous phone calls. Something has to be done. So I appreciate that this went through Health and Human Services. This came to us, the committee. I read it. This is why I said, you know what?
I bus it was gone
Let's
because
move
I didn't read
forward.
it.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't there. I didn't see it.
Okay, I want to thank Corporation Counsel as well. I am sure, right? Because one of the things that I was told when I called about the situation with now tents popping up in Westside Park, I was told by police and DPW, both said, Maritza, we really don't have enough, although there is an ordinance in place about, our parks and public places, but we need more. So I believe that this is the more that we need. And yes, we can come back and we can move forward and add other things. But something's got to give. We can't constantly complain and say, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I did this. That situation that happened this morning, G. Greer contacted me directly. He didn't tag me anywhere. He called me, contacted me directly. And what did I do? I sent it to Billy Rodriguez, our director, our deputy director, our super, everyone. I sent it to them. Something's got to give. We got to do something about this. And we're not. So I don't understand how we can, Councilwoman, I have the floor. I give you the respect. I have the floor. Okay? And so all I'm saying is I'm supporting this. I think that it is necessary. And we talk about the other municipalities, and I know for a fact that when we do stuff, we look at other municipalities that are like us, right? The 3 largest. And so, I'm in support of this, and I'm voting yes on this first reading.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is it's pretty funny. It's amazing how the perspective changes, various on certain instances. And I personally cannot thank the Corporation Council for a measure such as this. In fact, there was a tax lien certificate that was purged by this council. When that tax lien certificate was illegally foreclosed on by a long, upstanding church in this community, Grace Chapel, Corporation Council failed to respond. Failed. I would love to see the data on this community court thing, Director Ramirez. I asked the Corporation Council to provide it, but I'm sure, much like the data the BA is saying she provides me with, I'm sure that'll be something else they'll say they provide, but they can easily post it publicly. Where's the data that we hired this, because we don't pay him, he doesn't get paid, he gets paid from a grant, but there's a data specialist. Where's the data on the necessity of these, or the lack of compliance by these people sleeping on the streets? If they're saying that, people don't want to be compliant and things of that nature, and while Councilman Abdelaziz talks about how the city of Newark has an ordinance such as this, what they also have is a mayor that's making sure that his community is not being mistreated by people making millions of dollars on their community. So, but let's talk about professionalism. Let's talk about professionalism, because I'll acknowledge, maybe I'm a bit rash, but every single time I address Madam BA, and she and I have had a very adversarial relationship, it is always by Madam BA. It is extremely professional. Every time I address the Corporation Council, here's a gentleman that's supposed to be a professional telling me, stop sweating me, like we in the street. But yet, I bring measures forward that's not for Mike Jackson, because we know that they ignored all of the issues that had to pertain to Mike Jackson, how it was illegally targeted as well. But I bring measures forward to protect the public by the thousands of residents, which I'm gonna make an effort to bring here. I'm gonna make an effort to get them to come here that are being illegally targeted by things that's already on the books. But yet and still, I get, yo, stop sweating me. How professional is that? When has anyone ever heard me say to anybody, yo, my man, stop sweating me, yo? I've never have I packed my bags and stormed out of here like a sixth grade school child. Never. I'm here every single day. I don't miss a meeting. Oh, I'm tardy. I missed the flag salute. I beg your pardon. But I'm here every night, arming myself to fight on behalf of the public against people who are also supposed to be here fighting on their behalf. And one thing you could say about Councilman Jackson, I've never flip-flopped, never changed my position. You've heard many people tonight, including Council President, talk about the homeless. Every single night I'm mentioning this situation on the side of the building. I've often brought to the council the legality of the fact of legality that this council is supposed to sit as a board of health, and holding the health director and the not the health and human services director, but the health director accountable for the rat population and things of that nature.
Thank you.
But yet, while members of our public continue to be ignored on the vagrancy and slumlord activities, we choose to target them. Now, although I do agree that this is a necessity, but until there's a full service plan in place on how the progression of certain things are going to take place, I can't support this, because the administration has proven that they are not responsible when it comes to not unfairly targeting. Because we know the people that's going to get targeted, it's the residents, and primarily the black and brown people. Or let me just say the black people. Because the number of people that I have that are reaching out to me that are being illegally evicted is alarming. And this is where Corporation Counsel's office should be coming in place, protecting the residents. But they take an adversarial position against residents and then back and support all the legislation that comes out of that office. I challenge anybody to tell me one piece of legislation that's come out of that office that's been a benefit to the public. We had a long conversation in front of City Hall one day. We stopped some people walking. He talks about the community court. Where's the data on how many people that's helped? Where's the data? Prove me wrong. Yep, there it is. Let me place this back on record one more time. Brother Keys, just so you can make note of this. The report that I'm looking for is the $110 million, all the money, a list of where the money came from. How much did the developer put in the project? How much came from wherever it came from? And then, where was it spent? How many cubic yards of concrete was used there? How much did the turf cost? I went through my emails checking, where's this report she's claiming she sent me? There is no such report. And listen, here's another thing. This is what I've learned, right? When somebody says something that's incorrect, there's no need for me to mumble under my breath and talk about somehow untrue things are. You don't have to dispute an idiot. His own words will do the damage there. And if they're claiming that I'm such an idiot, why is every single person, every single time I'm saying something, trying to overspeak, breaking decorum, can't hold their silence, packing their bags, leaving out early? I'm out of here. Hey, Madam Clerk, I can't do this. My vote is no. Thank you.
Councilman. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are amending an ordinance that we have it in the book already. And this, what I've been hearing is out of this world. Like, we're just gonna go out there, grab these people, arrest them, and put them in jail, something. He said they could be fined up to $2,000. They're gonna get a ticket. At least our police officers, or they have something to go approach them. Now they cannot do anything. And this similar ordinance, Newark has it. Newark fighting the same issues as we are. This is nothing else. And we go beyond what we're voting on the ordinance, and start talking about other stuff which has nothing relevant about this ordinance. For example, $110 million expenditure on the stadium. We did not build the stadium. The city of Paterson, we just gave them the tax credit. The builder, the builder, where's the proof for you? We all voted on the tax credit. And you know who built the stadium. Call them up, ask them for it. You went by them, get it from them. We don't have it. We don't have it. I'm speaking. So I'm speaking. I'm speaking the fact. I'm speaking the fact. Don't call me foolishness. Council President, he doesn't have the mic. He doesn't have the floor. Okay, it doesn't matter the cops here or not. I ask him to, Council, if he speak back to me, I ask you to remove him from the chambers.
Mr. Olivari, I will ask you respectfully to just allow the councilman to vote, okay? I will respectfully ask you to be silent. You will have your 3 minutes of public portion. Continue.
All right,
Councilman.
thank you. So we are just amending this ordinance. My vote is definitely yes. We have to start somewhere. If you don't vote yes for it, don't complain about the vagrants and the stuff you see out there in city of Paterson.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So I'm not going to vote yes, and I am going to complain. Because my thing is, this has been going on for years. So all of a sudden now we're saying we're going to change the law, right? This has been going on since 6 years, 5 years. So now, I mean, it has increased, right? So all of a sudden now on December the 17th, this item, there was no workshop and then regular. It was just placed here. So no real able to dive into it deeply and deduct or to change. And so I'm going to put it on record that, number one, I'm still going to call because as an elected official, when I make the phone call, they should respond, or they're supposed to respond. That's number one. But number two, this is not going to be enforced. I'm going to say it. The thing we should put in place is an exit plan. When people are coming, there's other towns, people that I know, I've spoken to municipalities, not just locally, but in other states. That's what they have in place for their turnaround programs. They have an exit plan. When people come in from other towns, they have vans, they're labeled, and they take them back. We spoke about that some time ago, even with Director Jerry. I mentioned it in the past. Still has not been put in place. That would be something that will really be enforced, and that's something that will be tangible. We have no data. Where's the data to prove, like, okay, we have 50 homeless, this is the demographic, they're Paterson, whatever. Because some of these people that we're talking about are Patersonians. They are people's uncles and aunts, and so we have to show some level of compassion as well for these individuals. And my thing is, I don't think it's going to clean it up. We call every day. You ride right on the railroad tracks. There's tents, people sleeping on the railroad tracks. The train is blowing and bonking, and they're standing right on the sideline waving to the train conductor, and they're not moving at all. So I don't see how this is going to, and I'm going to say this on record, Paterson, for me, look, I'm a realist. This is not going to help. It's not going to help move people off of the alleys and off of your porches and off. These people, they've been here for a long time. They are considered residents within 24 hours of being here. And it's territorial now. Now they're going to be very aggressive. I remember there was a time where someone tried to address one of these individuals to move, and they hit one of the pastors in the head with a flower pot. There's some serious stuff going on, and now we're going to put our police officers in this type of jeopardy for some other situations to arise, because now we're addressing people that are in these situations. And I understand something has to be done, but the real fix, and we have a real fix program, the real fix should be the exit plan. If we put the exit plan in place, I guarantee majority of these issues would be resolved, because that's what's happening. They're coming in, a lot of them for different situations, and some of them fell on hard times. Like, it happens, you know. And then what is the alternative? If you do this, what is the plan? Because we take them from one place. What is the plan? Do we have social service programs? Do we have a treatment program? Do we have housing available to say we have 80 apartments? So if this is what you want to do, here's a job. Do we have anything in place, wrap around, to show these individuals another alternative or another source? No, we do not. This is saying, we see you camping out, we see you out there, and look, in Newark, I'm gonna be taking the train tomorrow. When you go to Newark, they are camped out, whether there's something in place or not. I take the train all the time, and I'm gonna be taking it tomorrow night. They're out there. They're there, so it's not like, oh, we're following other. Paterson, God bless you, but this is not gonna help. Those people are out there, and until this is enforced, until there's an exit plan to send a lot of these people that are here, that don't live here, back to their places, you know, it's not gonna be resolved. And, you know, I appreciate the effort that was put forth, and it may even get approved, but MEMS is not sold, and MEMS is not. I'm not gonna fool the Paterson residents. This is not gonna work. I'm telling you right now, it's not gonna work. And so, Paterson, I'm supporting you. Do we want these individuals redirected and, you know, assisted and helped? Because that's what I really want. I want them to be assisted and helped more than saying, you know, lock you up for 90 days or you're gonna get community service. Who's gonna provide the community service? What are they gonna do? Like, those are not outlined, and there's no data attached. So, Madam Clerk, this may pass or whatever, but I cannot support it because I know it's not gonna be enforced. We have situations now where people are calling for assistance, and it takes 2, 3, and 4 hours for someone to show up. The other night, one of the young ladies who comes with her daughters, she called me like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and the police line was down. I tried for like an hour until I text, you know, our leaders to let them know that the police lines were down. So I don't know how many people lost translation in that hour, but you couldn't even get through to the police station. So I support, you know, all of our people that do their work in this community, but this is gonna be an extra burden, and I believe it's gonna be a situation that's gonna arise out of it for our Paterson Police Department, and there needs to be a real plan that have, you know, to move them out, and I think an exit plan is the answer. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, in the very beginning of the discussion, I asked a few questions to our director to make sure that before we approve, we have to make sure that we have enough resources available in our community to serve the people who are sleeping on our streets. Now, the fact is, we cannot just always say these people are just on the street because they don't have a home to live. This is not the only case. There are other factors also involved. If you just mention about black and brown community, if you take a look at the numbers of the people on the street, many of them you can say they are not from Paterson. Easily can say that. Now, how are you going to stop him coming to Paterson? If you take a look at our neighbor municipalities, we don't see these individuals on their streets because we are so welcoming. We open the door for them to live on our streets. Now, how can you stop him? Now, I definitely agree that we have to provide shelter for the people, those who do not have a home to live. But at the same time, we have to discourage the other municipalities not to send their problems on our shoulders. So I believe we have to move certain ways. At the same time, we have to think about adding more shelter locations, safe havens for the people those who are sleeping on our streets. And we can think about, can we have a shelter place where we can also educate them, prepare them to live on their own feet. That's what we have to think about in long run. But at the same time, yes, we cannot bring and welcome problems from neighbor towns. So again, it does not really, the way we are stating it, that the homeless people on the street, it will be charge will be fined $2,000, 90 days imprisonment. That's not true. It's up to $2,000. It could be $5 too, or no dollars too. It's just up to. There's no minimum in it. When it says 90 days, it's again up to, and also the community services. I'm talking about my personal experience. I'm talking about from the second ward where we don't see many homelessness. But on Sheridan Avenue, right next to the across from the library, there is a homeless person. I called 211 multiple times. I called police multiple times. He comes back, like 2-3 days, he comes back. It's the same location. People are, especially the kids, were scared of getting out of the home because he used to place his, tent just on the driveways. So this is one of the experience I'm trying to share. So this is not the only thing. This is someone's driveway. I think Councilman Khalik knows about what I'm talking about. This is just across from the dry wash. This is someone's driveway. He blocked every other day. I call police 3 times. Police taking him in front of me 3 times. Comes back, the same spot. So the problem is we cannot just think about what the enforcement would be. As a legislative body, enforcement is not in our hand. We can provide a law, and let's see how the executive branch of the government execute this law. That's my hope. Now again, I love to see that we have a safe havens, we have a shelter place, we have a place where we train people to live on their own feet and find a job for them. I think we need that in the near future. But again, I cannot ignore the fact that the people who are coming to our city because they feel this is a safe place, no one will find us, we can do whatever we want. So with that being said, I believe that this is the right movement with this ordinance, and my vote is yes to this.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
No, I don't have to think about it. I don't know if all the statement was negative against the ordinance and then you vote yes. I don't understand, but that's okay. I can't picture that in my mind, but.
Nobody influenced.
No, nobody influenced. You got, no. Listen, no, it's, let's be honest. Let's be honest. If I'm gonna talk negative, I see this wrong, I this is wrong, I this is wrong, I see this wrong.
Council members,
But,
let
you
me
know,
roll
but you
call.
good, you're
Council
good, you're
members.
good, you're good, you're doing good.
Council members.
Let me talk facts here. Let me bring some facts here. In 2017, there was a real plan. Paterson, listen up. I don't have short memory. I don't have short memory. That's why I want to read from the newspaper, because I remember the challenges in that time. Paterson Way plan for homeless shelter. A prominent city developer is looking to move ahead with his controversial plan to convert 2 apartments building in one Paterson most notorious street into a family shelter for 198 women and children. Okay? The developer, and everybody knows who is, Charles Florio, say that about half of the 32 apartments on Auburn Street are currently vacant, and they're converting this structure into housing for homeless families will improve the neighborhood. And look at this. Not only that, Florio say he will provide 24 hours supervision and security at the site. He said he is working in cooperation with several community groups, including Bethel Ames Church, which is 2 blocks away on Auburn Street. That is a plan in place for shelter, but they let it go. The mayor in that time say, it looks like good. It's a good idea if they vet it the right way. If they vet it the right way and they put the plan in the right place, it will work. But the zoning and planning say no. So he back out. He said, okay, let me do now profit and then do a nice 2 beautiful construction there. That was a plan. that was brought to the city to address the homeless situation in the city, and they throw it away. Now, still I don't get convinced. First of all, there was an ordinance that fell here when they brought up to feeding people in the street, and the churches came up and they say, how you could prohibit me to feed people out there? So that failed because there was not a plan in place how to put that in work. They just wrote an ordinance and let's prohibit this, and it failed. Still, I'm not convinced that at this time we call PD for a blocked driveway, and an amount of call that comes for critical situation, that calls falls where? On the bottom. Because there's murders, there's robberies, there's other things. So the police are tied up in critical crime situation in the city. Now you're gonna call the police to move a person is blocking the sidewalk. There's already a statute or an ordinance to say that you cannot block the sidewalk. It's already there. Now you're gonna call the police to move somebody from that sidewalk. Here comes the police and say, you need to move. Because still it falls on the discretion of the police to give a ticket or not. It's a discretion of them. So here comes the police, sir, you need to move on that sidewalk. Here comes Udin say, I'm sorry, I don't have no place to go. The police says, okay, please move out of the sidewalk. Somebody came and complained that you there. You didn't say, thank you, officer, and he moved to the other 2 blocks away to the sidewalk. Here comes the same councilman, Louis Velez. Louis Velez calls dispatch and say, officer, dispatch, I sent PD to move Udin out of the sidewalk. Now Udin is in the other sidewalk. He had to type on the call-it center, type that Councilman Velez called for that same individual to remove him. We tighten up the officer for petty offenses. Now, the law is in the books already, right? But here comes, again, officer needs to comply with that call that came to the CAS system, because if not, they're not complying with the law to respond to call. Here comes, go again to Mr. Udin, sir, we just moved you from over there. Now you're here. Now you're here. The officer come a babysitter of this individual. He getting more security than anybody out there. Change your vote. Now, that's one thing. We're tightening up the police in petty situation that are really the police are. We're understaffing right now. They still haven't got the retro. The other contract is already due, and we are losing cops. Now, where is the state legislator on this? This is a federal problem, a national problem. Where is the state on this? Where is the state? This is a state problem. Where is the county? If it's going to trickle down, it has to trickle state, federal, state, and county, and then give us the tool to work on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, today are the homeless, and they don't have a plan. Tomorrow they're going to go after the immigrant community, that you cannot be here, you cannot be here, you cannot be here, you cannot be here, you don't go here. And you know what's going to happen? This is going to get a cows here. Saying that, I'm not saying that it looks good, but the table only had one leg on this ordinance. It had to put real teeth on it and real solution on it. Director, I know for experience that we have referred you people to your office, and you refer them to other agency, and they come back saying that they don't have the resources. So they end back to our streets. If they had the resources, then they will alleviate the situation. Saying that, let's bring a real plan. Oh, by the way, Councilman Khalid, the city don't need this ordinance. You know what's going to happen? the mayor is gonna blame the council that we pass this ordinance,
But Les, I'm gonna give you an offer tonight.
okay? And then we're gonna look at the bad guys here. We're gonna look at the bad guys here that we don't care about the homeless, we don't care about this, we don't care about this, we don't care about this. We don't need this. Let the mayor do an executive order the police to do what he have to do, to clean out the street. My vote is no.
President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, thank you, and I definitely, so I will allow my council colleague, thank you. So, thank you. Councilman Khalid, please allow me to, now Paterson. Stay tuned, public portion is coming. We're the legislative branch. We're not a law enforcement branch. We're not the administration. Now, all over the sun, it's okay for people to build tent in the street and come into the city of Paterson and allocate themselves any place. Right now, our downtown area is out of control. People cannot even come and shop at downtown because we have people sleeping in different sections, harassing customers, urinating, defecating in downtown, and not only in downtown, in different sections of the city of Paterson. And the sad part is that there's services available for those individuals. We hear from Director Ramirez, who is a person that really wants to congratulate him for his dedication to his position. There's 76 homeless based on their data. But they also we have enough beds with those non-profit, those entities that are in the city of Paterson to provide those beds for those homeless and people that are sleeping in the street. But they refuse it because it's easy for them to stay in the street, stay in the community, panhandling, and doing all the necessary out there in the street. That really destroying our community. It really destroying our neighborhood. And I want to say thank you to my council colleague that voted yes on this. The director, in the beginning, he didn't say that. I request Corporation Council to bring this because there's a lot of entity in the city of Paterson. They not fighting our fight against the problem that we're facing. They are in our community. They're getting resources, but they're not putting the work. Our taxpayers are the ones that are suffering because the property value is going all the way down to the drain. The property value in our community. When you have homeless around your corner, that you don't feel safe to receive a package in your house because it will go away in a minute. That really destroy our neighborhood left and right. We got people from all over the state coming into the city of Paterson because we don't do nothing about it. In Hawthorne, Prospect Park, when any city in Passaic County, even in Passaic, you go and you put a tent on the corner, you will have a law enforcement in a minute telling you you have to move. You don't have a house, we have a shelter for you. You need medical attention, council member, respectfully, I'm speaking. You don't have a shelter, we have a shelter for you. You need medical attention, we will take you to the doctor. But you will not sleep in the street. In the city of Paterson, it's okay. You know, it's a shame when I come into this building. I feel sorry for a taxpayer, our Patersonian, that coming into our meeting. When you go in the morning, you can make the video, Councilman Jackson. You were gonna see a bunch of people sleeping there. Do you think that they wanna go to the shelter at 545 West Broadway? No, they don't wanna go because they feel comfortable and we're not doing nothing about it. With this legislation, we don't try to lock anybody. With this legislation, the intention is to let every non-for-profit entity that should be providing services, listen, you need to help us to fix this problem. And we need to take those people that are out there in the street, sleeping on the street, in a horrible condition. We have to provide the services that they deserve. We have bed, we have shelter. What do you need? Medical attention, you have real fix. If you are addicted to drug, we got those help. But they refuse to take the help because it's easy to stay in a corner for 2 hours, get $50, $60, buy your thing, sleep, and go out, get some food. It's easy for them, but it's destroying the city of Paterson. It's a shame when I invite people to the city of Paterson, they ask me, Council President, why you have so many people sleeping everywhere in the street? What is the answer that I have for that? And I have that conversation on multiple occasions to the administration. And I've been telling the administration, listen, you have to do something about it. I don't fight with administration here on the dais. This is not my job. but I fight with the VA, with the mayor, with Corporation Council every single day. I request in multiple occasions this legislation to be here to my Corporation Council, and he did the job. Director Ramirez did his job. Now all of a sudden, oh, it's okay, poor people, they could sleep in front of your house, they could build a tent on your block. It doesn't matter, they're poor. Paterson, the reality is that those individuals, they need help, and they're coming from all over the state of New Jersey. And we are the legislative body, and it's our responsibility to put a legislation in place to make sure that the police department enforce it, and to make sure that those entities also enforcement. Trust me and believe me, if we put this in place and we bring those entities to the table, we will start fixing the problem that we have in the city of Paterson. Because we will let those people that are coming from Morristown, Atlantic City, Essex County, because they cannot do it in their town, Horton, Heldon, they cannot do that. They cannot go and park in front of a stop sign or a traffic light and ask for money, not in Heldon. So why we need to allow this in Paterson? If they cannot do it anywhere else in Passaic County, why we have to do it? We failing as residents by saying, oh, it's okay. If you're not voting on things like this, you cannot speak from both sides of your mouth. And all I'm going to say is, Paterson, I want to say thank you to my council colleagues that support this. I'm really open to have a conversation with our chief of police and with all those entities, because our director, he need help. We, as a city, we need help. And those entities, they're getting a lot of funding, but God, they got to do the work. Enough is enough to have hundreds of people sleeping everywhere and every corner, and we have to go and chase them around. It doesn't work like that. With that being said, my vote is Jessica. And Madam Clerk, in closing, before my vote, a council colleague asked me a question, one of the council members, about people coming into the city and serving food. Let me speak about that. I'm very open. In closing, this is the only place in the state of New Jersey that any person could come in and open up. We're not saying that you don't need to fill the homeless. The director is willing to work with all those entities, but we need to make sure who is in the city. We need to organize the city of Paterson. We cannot open the city for the entire state of New Jersey. Who wants to come here and open a table and start feeding people? We don't even know what they're feeding, what they're giving to our residents, to our homeless population. We don't know. So with that being said, let's move forward in the right direction. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 against. Item number 1 passes on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of January 21st, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's open the public portion. Let's call the first speaker. Let me remind all our, Rafael, just, thank you, because I want to make sure I want to talk to our Paterson resident and everybody here. So this is the last meeting, members of the public, the last meeting before Christmas. December 30, we're going to have a meeting. It's going to be virtual. There's a few items before the end of the year that we're going to address. It's going to be virtual, but you are still going to be able to connect with us also as well. But if you want to wish a Merry Christmas to the great city of Paterson, you have 3 minutes to address the council, to address the municipality. And let me call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Joseph Hart.
Okay, I ain't with all this technology stuff, but you gotta be born a Patersonian. I took a lot of crap as a kid growing up. I was the quiet type, and it's like the way I see that all the time with some of these cats that's homeless and whatnot. Some of them on drugs, whatever. Some of them don't drink alcohol, and some of them are out of town. But don't forget the ones that's illegals. Don't forget the ones that whatever. Might be terrorists too. I think Paterson need more law enforcement. I mean, I wish I could have got into that. I lost my job at 29 years when that COVID came out. So my mind ain't been right ever since. I get help. And if you don't want the help, they ain't gonna want it. I don't drink anymore, but I'm still hurting. So anybody comes up in my face now, I'm ready. I am not a fighter, but this cane will. I right side up every time I go. Never had to use it yet. I'm gonna tell you some other things why I came here. I never thought I would be here, because I used to watch you guys on TV back in the days. You had the guy, the one eye on Paterson. Graves was a good mayor for Paterson. You know, he was a good mayor, because he would ride down up in the hoods. I mean, when I used to have a car and drink, I used to like sit in my car, drink my beer and whatnot. There's Graves. He made sure he rolled in the hoods. And plus, I grew up in Fifth Ave. That's where I grew up at. But it's just that what I don't like in Paterson now, and this is my city, and I love my city. Used to be a time when Christmas time come, go downtown, shop. Downtown to me it's all crap. All the garbage, the boxes, all this stuff. It used to be a time, I'm like this, garbage is garbage. Why not just take the whole damn thing? It won't be all over the place. But I ain't the kid, I ain't the guy that grew up in a white picket fence and all that. I'm from the hoods. And the other thing would need to be stopped. Like I said, need more law enforcement, enforce that $55 fine. I'm gonna say $55 fine on Ellison Street. All the buses that gotta make, I ain't talking about the minibus. I'm talking about I take transit. And they gotta make that turn. Somebody's gonna get hurt one day. You know, it's stupid. That's supposed to be for emergency, for law enforcement, whatever. They try to like make them move out of that too. And I got one more thing that really is pissing me off right now. What these guys, do they got permits or license with these damn mini bikes? Where is the sidewalk? I thought that supposed to be for the pedestrians and the stop sign. But, you know, it ain't that way. But that need to be enforced. All right. Oh, I'll see you guys again.
Thank you, thank you.
All right.
Merry Christmas. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Cameo Black.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I came here, I'm sure y'all aware of what's going on Saturday. I want to appreciate the ones that have reached out to me for the council and that's supporting it. The ones that haven't, I appreciate if y'all will come forward. This is the end of the year. Y'all screaming about the homeless, but I'm doing this on behalf of the homeless because it's Christmas. A lot of them don't have families. They don't have nowhere to go. So that's my way of trying to give back to them. If y'all want to help, y'all can. If not, it's still going to be done. But I'm just asking if y'all can to reach out. All I'm asking from each council person is $20 a piece so we can serve the whole community. On the menu, it will be fish, fried chicken, rice and beans, and some other stuff that we have going on. So if y'all can, if y'all don't want to donate the money, I appreciate if y'all do go out, y'all can buy the stuff, y'all can reach out to me and ask me what else that we need. But this is a movement that I want to do, and I feel like we need to do for the homeless. And that's it. I know y'all thought I was coming up here to come crazy, but no, it's my birthday month, and 44 looks good on me. I gave my life to God, so I'm working on myself. So I'm asking y'all to work with me, and that's it. And everybody, Merry Christmas, Happy birthday to you. I don't know if you'll be around, and that's all I came for, but I appreciate if everyone reach out to me. It has been 5 that reached out, so there's a couple of y'all left that I'm waiting for to reach out to me. And that's it, and have a blessed night.
Thank you, Merry Christmas, and I got my contribution to here. All right. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Corey Teague.
Commissioner Corey T.
Good evening, members of the council. So I'm here tonight for a couple reasons. First, I want to wish everyone a very happy holiday. And I just want you all to be safe out there and make sure that you guys are doing what you need to do to stay safe. I heard the conversations tonight. I have my opinions about it. I'm out here all the time filming as well. My biggest concern, and I shared it with the council, is who in the world is going to pay those fees? And in case you all didn't remember, the county jail has been torn down. So where they gonna go? And when they're done with whatever the sentence or whatever the charge is, they're gonna be put right back out on the same streets. So again, that's another just Band-Aid approach. And I understand they're saying something has to be done, but yeah, but let's do the right thing. Let's get these legislators into this chamber. Well, this is the, acting chamber. Instead of just taking pictures with them during the holiday events, let's actually sit down with them and say, look, Paterson is the county seat. All the social services run through Paterson for Passaic County, right? So that means the county is benefiting, the state is benefiting, the federal government is benefiting, but Paterson is being kind of left in the dark. So we have to get our legislators on the table and say, look, we need some help from our legislators. We need you guys to actually do something to help us formulate a plan to get folks off the street without just putting them in jail. Because incriminating someone for being poor is ridiculous. I don't care where they're from. But incriminating somebody for being homeless or incriminating someone for having financial difficulty is just humanly wrong. That's just wrong. I don't care, and as far as people saying, well, there's laws and ordinances, guess what? Slavery was a law. There were laws on the books that didn't allow women to read and be educated. There were laws on the books, so don't tell me about laws, because there's plenty of laws that were no good. Dr. King said there comes a time when you have to go against unjust laws. And trying to criminalize homeless people for being homeless is wrong. That's wrong. Point blank. Another thing, as we go into 2025, I need to clarify some things because I was very disturbed to hear from the Bengali community that Councilman Udine has been going around saying that he was the main reason why I won the votes in the Bengali community. That's a lie, bro, and you know it. It was a lie.
Yeah, so that's
It was
my
a
point.
lie. And you know it.
I did
Families that I have spoken to.
No.
I have the mic.
Give me one
I have the
second.
mic.
Okay.
Commissioner.
I have the mic.
Let the commissioner go
I
with
have
the
the
3
mic.
minutes. He got 40 minutes left.
Families,
I'll open.
you approached certain households with names, but my name never came up. So there's no way you're going to be able to tell me. I know who was on the ground working for me. And it's a shame that I can't even congratulate them publicly for fear of their retaliation. I ain't worried about me, but I want to protect them. So I can't even really talk about the people who really was on the ground with me every single day. But it was not Councilman Udine. That's a fact. I need to make sure that that's put out there. Have a good night.
Okay. I'll open the floor at the end of, so it's only nine more speaking. Next speaker.
Next speaker is
None.
Elvis Durham.
Yes. It's on, El. Just
1, 2. It's
speak
on
a little
there.
close to the mic. It's on.
Okay. My name is Elvis Dorm from the 4th Ward. City Council, the mayor, administration, y'all need to stop playing games. Stop playing games. A couple years ago, the state of New Jersey, the government, had gave Paterson money to build homeless shelters. Where that money at? Stop playing games. I'm gonna let you know this. You already know, the feds was here, 2 weeks ago? I got pictures. They here, they still here. Right now, they monitoring this council meeting. Stop playing games. Because you know what's gonna happen? The feds gonna come in here very soon. They coming. They're gonna force the state to take over. Ain't gonna be no city council. Ain't gonna be no mayor. Stop playing games. Another thing, 2025 about to come here. This rent is so doggone high in this city. We need low-income apartments. That's number 2. Number 3, the youth. You talking about parks? That's all good. But guess what it's called? We need buildings. Community center buildings, recreation center buildings, performing arts center. Remember, this is the 3rd largest city in New Jersey. Stop the bull crap, okay? Because all y'all doing is playing games. Everybody around New Jersey say this is the circus. Oh, when the circus coming on? Okay? Now let me go to my announcements. downtown Paterson, New Jersey. It's the holiday season. Come and do your shopping downtown Paterson. And at Center City Mall, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Also, on Friday, starting Friday, December 20th until January 2nd, 2025, it's going to be free parking on the streets of downtown. Only on the streets. The meters, you don't have to put no money in the meters. Now, but guess what? If you can't find no parking, you could also still park in the parking lot, in the parking garage for a reasonable price. We got good parking. Come and do your shopping downtown Paterson. Please do not go to Garden State Mall. Bring that money to downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Spend your time downtown. I'm looking forward to see the city council, downtown Paterson, New Jersey, shopping, meeting, and greeting with the people, okay? Also, if you want some good soup, this winter season, this cold season, right? You want some good homemade, down-home, good soup, contact Chef David Bannister, 201-650-7576, if you want some good soup, okay? And another thing before I leave, watch my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is Paterson NJ Good News. My YouTube channel is Paterson NJ Good News. My Facebook is Elvis Good News, DURHAM. You want to find out the good news, all the upgraded news about the city of Paterson, go on my Facebook page. My Facebook is Elvis Good News, DURHAM. You can also go on my YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News. God bless you. Y'all have a Merry Christmas and a happy, blessed New Year. Peace.
Merry Christmas, my brother. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rhonda Alston.
Good evening.
Good
Almost
evening.
Good morning. Are you guys able to hear me? Okay.
It's on.
I
Speak a little
am-
closer to me.
I am a resident of Paterson. I was born here, as was my parent, as my grandmother and grandfather raised 10 children here. And out of all of the displays I saw tonight, I want to take the time to thank both Lalisa Mims, Councilman at Large, and Ruby Cotton, because my situation is dire. You, Mr. Jackson, I never seen you before, but you hit it on the head. The rent in Paterson is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. For years, people could have moved out that made money and moved into other areas, but some of us stayed here because we actually had the city at heart. My family is a family that we had to blend. We found a large enough house to blend a couple of family members. We had a conversation about the rent being way too high, and we ended up in a house that was 7 bedrooms and a finished attic. However, the house was owned by Hassan Amari. I called Hassan Amiri. Exactly. You hit it on the head. If we came as a family and decided that we were going to combat the high rent and came up with a solution, there's no way this man should have. We are homeless. There's 11 of us. We are homeless for the holidays. Thank you, Paterson. All the arguing and displaying and the toddler behavior, thank you, council. Thank you, guys, for causing me to be able to rent from somebody as horrible as this man. I called the health department when you told me. I called the building department. She had to call the fire department. They came and they said this house is a fire hazard. They said they turned off half of my breakers to keep the house from burning down. I asked this man to fix it in August. My house caught fire December the 3rd, leaving me and 11 people homeless for the holidays. And you guys are up here fighting like toddlers. He's right. You didn't protect us. What is your job? Can anybody, you're the president. What is your job? What is this council's job? Because I'm a citizen of Paterson. I was born here. My children were born here. I don't deserve to be treated like this. I don't deserve to be homeless. It was no way this man should have rented this house to me. And I did the investigation myself. The person before me, when I got there, my house had no meter on the house. You know what that indicates? And what I was told by PSE&G, They are the only ones that can take the meter off the house. The meters belong to them. He knew his house was not electrically sound. They took the meter. The young lady that I met, the young lady that rented the house before me, they took the meter off for her family. And when she moved in the house, there was no meter. So you know what that tells me? There was no re-rental certificate. Now I'm talking serious matter. Y'all just spent $1 million painting a freaking yard. You just spent all this money on all this stuff, and my kids don't have nowhere to eat on Christmas. Y'all think that that's, I don't know what this means. That's it?
Yeah,
Y'all think this is fair? Do you think it's fair that a family of people decided that we were going to stay in Paterson anyway? Get a large enough house. Coexist in the house peacefully so we can remain Pattersonians. We're all in shelters now. They were here, but y'all took so long. Half of them are in shelters, they had to be home at 9 o'clock. The other half are in Elizabeth. Me and my 2 daughters who don't have any social services accounts, we're homeless. And I'm so sorry that you're about to put them people in jail for sleeping in a tent, because that's where I was going last night. I've been here all my life. I was going to sleep in one of them tents. You want to know why they're not going down? Because the rent is too damn high. That's why they're out there. Yeah, not everybody out there got an issue. It was about to be me and my kids. I'm sorry, council. I don't know what your job is, but somebody got to do something better than this. My kids, last year, because of this man, my kids had Christmas in the kitchen. We had to convince them that Santa Claus said he was going to be tired when he got to Paterson and he was going to need some food out the refrigerator. We had to convince them that he needed the ice machine on the refrigerator because we didn't have any pipes when we moved in the house. He put down the covers for the pipes. And when I went to turn on the heat where there was no pipes, I called the health department. That was in December of 2023. At that point, something went wrong here, guys. Something really went wrong here. When the health department came to my house and saw that there was no piping, somebody should look for the re-rental certificate. And at that point, somebody should have came to our rescue. We are not politicians. We are citizens of the city of Paterson. This city was great at one point. How did we get here to let this one person, I'm not the only house. I'm not the only house. I'm not the only family. What's wrong with y'all? You spent $500,000 painting a football field or whatever y'all painted. And y'all couldn't spend money to make sure this man doesn't have the ability to rent anymore in the city. I have a 1-year-old child that was almost burnt up because they have to take him to court in another municipality because he plays legal games. You think that's fair to us? We're not politicians. We're not lawyers. We're not doctors. We are citizens that voted you guys into office. Somebody got to do something better than this. You guys look beautiful today. I love your red jacket. I love that outfit. I have no clue what I had on because they gave me 15 minutes to go in and get what I needed to get. I stand here for myself, Rhonda Alston. I stand here for Michael Lassane. I stand here for Tynese Williams. I stand here for Shamika Perez. I stand here for Jordan Alston. I stand here for Eugene Alston. I stand here for Kior Alston. I stand here for Oceano Perez Velasquez. I stand here for Keena Butts. I stand here for Shantae Harris. I stand here for Avion Thorne. I stand here for Ale Hall. And y'all sit here and fight and pay $500,000 to paint a ground. They tore down the Passaic County Jail because it wasn't fit for criminals. My babies ain't criminals. And that house was not fit. I called you guys in August and said, hey, something's going on with my electrical in the house. And because he's playing these legal games, my case has not been heard yet. I called him when he turned off my water from a previous tenant. And guess what? I'm so sorry. I hope you guys enjoy your Christmas, but my family will not. There are days that we don't see each other because we're spread out. Some of us are in Elizabeth. Some of us are in Newark. Some of us had to bunk in with a friend and a dog. Me and my daughter were contemplating sleeping in our car. And you paid $500,000 to paint a field. But y'all can't get it. You are the attorney on record for the city? Get him! Go after him for endangering the welfare of a minor. I had 4 minors in my house. He didn't get a re-rental certificate. PSC&G took the meter. I surmise to you he knew the house was not rentable before he rented me the unit. Please, none of this is fair to us. This is the holiday. We're not drug addicts. We're not criminals. As a matter of fact, the last time I came before the council, I came with a youth group that I created myself because there was nothing in the city. I took them all the way to the Gospel Fest on my dime. I found funding. I bought the uniforms. And you think I deserve this? I could have moved to Bergen County easily, but I decided to stay. At this point, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that you can't do something. I'm disappointed that you guys are paying $500,000 to paint the ground, and there was no emergency housing for a family of 11. Yeah, we're a large family. We rented a large house. This was not right. I'm disappointed. And I am Rhonda Alston. Shavonda Sumter, I am Rhonda Alston. Benji Wimberly, I'm Rhonda Alston. To the 9th District, I'm Rhonda Alston. To Mickey, I'm Rhonda Alston. I'm the one that has been pounding the pavement. To United Way, I'm Rhonda Alston. That's me. To the office of Cory Booker, I'm Rhonda Alston. If Mayor Pasquale was still here, do you think I would not have been able to get in touch with his office to have him come and deal with something in Paterson with 1 T? I'm disappointed. I'm angry. This is not right. He shouldn't be able to play these legal games. He's a legal bully. He has abuse of power issue, possibly a Napoleon complex because of his height. But this here should not have happened. You guys need to do something about it, and you need to do something about it now.
Thank you, thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could take her information, please. Madam Clerk, make sure you take her information. If you could provide your full information to Corporation Council and the property, the address of the property also as well. Corporation Council, we take note of that also immediately. We need to follow up on that. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Wow.
Next speaker is Eddie Olivares.
Good evening, Paterson. Boy, where do we start on a day like today? Where do we start? But I guess you're right, doesn't really matter. But I want to start with, this is not what I was going to talk about, but Luis Velez in his prayer said that he's asking for unity. And I ask myself, what is it that you guys need? The 8 of you. I exclude Councilman Jackson because he's always against the measures that you present. But what is it that you guys need? You're in bed with the mayor. You have the BA. You have the city attorney. There's 8 of you. You can pass anything you present this council with, anything. What is it that you need? You keep on complaining you want unity. Unity for what? You're united. It's all of you. What is it that you guys need? You should go home and ask yourselves, you know, for once, say to yourself, well, I'm going to ponder about that question. What is it that I need? It's idiotic. Some of the stuff that you guys say is idiotic. Colleagues saying, well, why don't you ask the builder to give you the information? We can't get it out of them. We cannot beat these people, the information out of these people. It's idiotic to say stuff like that, and it's angering. You hear Ms. Orson? She's angry. She's angry with you guys because you guys are running the city down. I mean, I didn't come here to talk about that. I came here for other things, but, and you ask yourself, why? I'm going to give you the answer. The reason you guys cannot fix the city, because you can pass any legislation, is because you are so intent on pleasing the administration that you don't hold them accountable. That's your only job. At times I feel as if I should bring crayons and paper. And for that night, I'm going to sit you, Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to watch them. Just sit them on the floor, watch them play with crayons. You're a bunch of children. Some of you have been here for over a decade. You have been here for years and years and years, and we don't see the city getting better. It's getting worse. You guys are an embarrassment. You embarrass us. With this here thing with the illegal parking, these developers are charging the people of Paterson for parking spots. And the attorney, Mr. Mendez, I am keeping track of time. Some of the people, someone spoke for 4 minutes, and other people spoke for 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Ms. Wilson spoke for 10 minutes. So I am going to wrap up, but I'm going to keep track of time from now on. But anyway, the last thing I am going to say is with the illegal charging of the parking. The only thing you guys as a council should do, instead of playing, look at this, you're not even paying attention. You guys are a bunch of fools. The only thing you guys have to do is there a law that prohibits that? No. But look at you, bunch of children. You guys are...
Thank you,
that's the only thing you have to do.
Let's
Find
speak,
out,
Madam Clerk.
is there a law
Let's
that
speak, Madam
prohibits
Clerk.
the charging of those parkings?
Let's
If
speak,
there
Madam
is a
Clerk.
law,
Speak,
then what you do is
Alston.
I'm sorry, who?
enforce it.
Jordan Alston.
This is Jordan.
Bunch of fools with all
Jordan,
of this
thank you.
stupid-
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The only people that I feel sorry
Next
for
speaker,
these
Madam
ladies
Clerk.
from
Sorry, who's the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
from the clerk's
Tanaya
office. I feel
Williams.
sorry
Huh?
for them.
Tanaya Williams.
Sanaya Williams. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam
Joe
Clerk.
Keys.
Joe Keys, next speaker. Thank you.
Joe Keys, Paterson. I had to edit my speech, so I took out the compliments. It started with compliments for the council, but I had to edit it down to 3 minutes, so no compliments. I wrote the following critique because I have seen too great a consistency of the ego defense mechanisms, projection, and projecting narcissism. At the last meeting, Councilman Jackson was being facetious when he said to the council president, quote, "It was a fantastic read that you made of the letter that your wife wrote, but the young lady read her letter much better than you did," unquote. The point is a comparison between how the young lady read her letter and how council president read his. There was no disrespect toward council president's wife's effort in writing her letter. Nonetheless, council members Mendez, Kalik, and Velez exhibited the following definition of projection and projecting narcissism, distorting Councilman Jackson's point. Quote, "The projecting narcissist perceives everything as a personal attack, whether real or imagined. The projecting narcissist is very defensive and then very offensive. Projection is the ultimate put down. Through projection, the projecting party demotes and degrades his projective target as he enhances his own self-perception and self-image. For the projecting party, reprehensible social behavior belongs always to the other. The threat always comes from the other. This leaves the projecting party with a puritanical sense of ethical superiority and innocence, unquote. I want to highlight ethical superiority and innocence because this is the most frustrating and happens with too much consistency. The following quotes are examples of council members Mendez, Kalik, and Velez exhibiting projection and projecting narcissism. Regarding Councilman Jackson's statement, Councilman Mendez said, quote, "Listen, don't bring my family into this. Don't cross the line. I know you don't have respect for nobody. I know you don't have respect for even your family. Do not cross the line. You will never be mayor of this city. This city deserves much better than you. Trust me," unquote. Referring to Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik said, quote, "He speaks volumes about his character, attacking somebody's family member, mentioning family name. Why you bringing somebody's family in, man? Come on. It speaks volumes about your character, your upbringing as well," unquote. Also, referring to Councilman Jackson, Councilman Velez said, quote, "It's disrespectful, and this happens every other month. If you got something against me politically, go after me, right? But to go after our family, listen, Councilman Mendez, Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Abdulaziz, and myself don't bring family into politics. We keep them from it. It's disrespectful. It's a disgrace," unquote. Total distortion of reality. It is the worst and most prolific characteristic of this council.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President, I don't think we have any more speakers.
Motion to close.
Close it.
Second.
It was motion to close by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilman Jackson?
So, Ms. Austin, I'm not sure if you're related to Ronnie Austin. He was a very good friend of mine as well. Terribly sorry to hear what you're going through. And sadly, you're not the only one. Like, this is a crisis that's going on in our city. Like I said earlier, a few years ago, a young lady came to the council podium every night. She slept in her car for over a year and a half while the Paterson Housing Authority, who is supposed to help people with their living conditions, illegally evicted this woman. And you know, what's incredible is when people like yourself finally make it to the podium and express your conditions, all of a sudden everybody's compassionate. But, I mean, the moral compass of people to do absolutely nothing. I wrote a piece of legislation to help residents not be illegally targeted. And our city attorney has done everything in his power to derail and keep this legislation off the books. As a matter of fact, it was only a simple resolution to support a law that's already in place, that his office, him personally, should be the person that's diligent on this. If I brought it to his attention, he should be saying something like, "Councilman Jackson, you know what? You have a very great point. There's a lot of people who are being taken advantage of." But that's not what he's doing. He carries the word of the administration, just like many of my other council colleagues have done here, and watch our people be lose their housing, mistreated, and this is a consistent occurrence. How about council members tonight talking about, well, we're going to approve this, and then later on they're going to come back and say, well, it's the same scenario with all the other items that we move. And then the first thing they do, if they sit here and praise the administration, "Oh, Madam BA, you're doing a fantastic job," just ride around the city. Talk about the fantastic job that's being done. It is absolutely hideous in the city, and people are being mistreated. The value of property has skyrocketed because Paterson has become a hub for slumlords. Why? Because they know there is no rules here. There's no rules. So re-rental certificate, the director from community improvements consistently comes here, and what is his phrase? The illegal department. That's what he calls it. But they want to target me. While he's very unprofessional, yo, homie, why are you trying to play me? This is how the professionals in our community act and conduct themselves. You know what I'm saying, Brother Keys? While, you know, people like ourselves, we lay down blood, sweat, and tears in this community and watch people be, callously mistreated. And, you know, I'm curious to see what measures they will then now take, because there's countless landlords. I get called out of my ward all the time. Amy Jacobs on Broadway, when this slumlord over there had them living in excruciating conditions, you know what I gotta do? I gotta go there and do a live video to embarrass them, because they're not doing anything to hold anybody accountable. Sitting there with a callous look while you was talking, the BA has no concern, because her children don't have to experience that. You know the example, she got upset with me. The very first example she made before she was the BA, she made an example talking about how families would love to share the beach home, a beach house, like a summer beach home. And I said to her, that's a very poor example here, because our families are sharing apartments. Families in this community got to worry about, are they sharing a home, sharing an apartment? How many adults they have living in a 2-bedroom apartment because they can't afford the rents? And got upset with me because I said she has no connection or can't relate to the community. But yet, when you come to the podium, you can hear a pin drop, and everybody want to go down the line. Oh, wow. But yet, every measure that we take, as Mr. Olivares points out, is a direct impact on you and people like you. When the countless thousands of residents in the towers are being illegally charged for parking, right around the entire community, people are paying an extra $200, $300 on top of paying $2,100, no rent control. The rent leveling board that this council put in place, the illegal department, has done all in their power to block their commitment to the community. I'm getting calls from commissioners say, you know what, I don't even want to do this no more. This is a game we're playing, because the legal department is running block for these landlords. And guess what? I'm here every single night. I'm ready to go toe-to-toe with anybody, however, but I'm always professional. I don't pack my bags and leave out in it with a hissy fit. No, I'm sitting here to doing the work for the people. I don't leave early when the public portion comes about. You can say whatever you want to say. My resume, which I was being requested last week, speaks for itself. Speaks for itself. I'm sorry, but you know, in past practices, the past council, you would be. But this current council has adopted new practices and new regulations to prevent the public from being able to speak freely, limiting you to 3 minutes while people go on all the time about different things that have nothing to do with us. Just go back and watch tonight's meeting. Watch all the measures that are voted against about the inappropriate spending. Yeah, the money that came from CARES Act, here you are, a victim of potentially COVID because of the conditions that the city's been in. That money, $68 million. You know what other communities did? They took some of that money and made it available for people like yourself and your family to become a homeowner. So you don't have to worry about being mistreated and taken advantage of by a slumlord. You know, but these are the practices while people, man, you gotta measure your moral compass. That's what I'm gonna tell you. People coming around, claiming as they're spiritual or godlike, but yet we have people suffering in our community. This is real. And I'm getting these calls every single day. Why? Because they know I'm gonna fight on your behalf. Now, there's a longtime Patersonian. She works with me very closely. Her name is Ms. Morris. She texted me this evening to let me know, to tell you that you and your children can definitely come to her home and stay with her as long, before you are ever sleeping on the street someplace, and we will do all in our power. And I'm sure everybody's gonna line up tonight and you know, do their best to take care of you, because you came to that microphone and did it the way you did. But don't put all your stock in that, because tomorrow I'm gonna connect you with Miss Gina Johnson, and she's gonna tell you exactly how she was treated. She's gonna tell you how many of these same council members were sitting right here, how her calls went on deaf ears as well. I'm gonna put you with at least a half a dozen people that the same conditions happen to. And this is what's happening in our community. While we have people acting, this is really a great acting class. You could come here and get some tips on how, you know, how to become an actor. Because people here could put on a great acting a bit. With that being said, Madam Clerk, I apologize for being elongated, but sometimes it's necessary. Around here, all the time, it's necessary. And my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we all of us act a lot. You seem like you are the only one who be acting with the false information. Pointing at Madam B.A., pointing finger at all of us, all the time. I'm sorry for what's going on with you, ma'am, but I feel like it's a civil matter. No, what I'm saying is the way.
You guys gave electric renters without no renters. And my house is not the only one. He is notorious.
What I feel like.
We understand. We'll address that. We'll roll call right now. Give us a second.
Incompassionate, callous.
Councilman Jackson, please.
Keep talking. You could keep talking.
No.
As usual, you give out the misinformation. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're fighting for the community, fighting for the people. What have you accomplished?
A lot.
Nothing. Nothing.
Mr. Hunt, Mr. Hunt got his job back when he was legally fired.
I'm speaking.
Ms. Gina Johnson,
Councilman Khalid has the floor.
How about the corrupt former fire chief?
Councilman Jackson.
He asked the question. He called me to task.
Let him speak.
He called me to task. He asked me a question directly. But I didn't ask him a question. I didn't address him. He asked me what I accomplished. How about the corrupt former fire chief?
No, be respectful.
If it wasn't for me, he would still be here stealing money from the
Be
community.
respectful.
I can go down the line. Tell him not to ask me a question. Address him.
Point of
Please.
order, point of order.
Councilman Khalid, please continue.
Whenever he speaks, he points at us, and as soon as you say something against him, he itches you.
Yeah. You asked me questions.
No, this is, like I said what I said. 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 Well, I said what I said.
What have you accomplished?
I didn't say I accomplished anything. I was trying to give my, I tried to take the accolade and crown. Huh? I didn't clap this. Yeah, go ask the people in the second ward. They will tell you what I have accomplished. You know?
That's right.
That's why people love me out there. Undefeated. You barely won. You barely won. You know that.
I took on you.
Council members, please.
All your cohorts, the mayor, the BA, corporation council.
This is the last meeting. This is the last meeting in person of the year.
Another thing, Councilman Jackson.
I seen the elect reports. I took all of you on.
Please.
And I
Can we be respectful?
It's Councilman Jackson.
It's Chris.
Believe me.
Councilman Mendez won an election by one vote.
Believe me, if
Winning
I
is
would put my
winning.
people out there in the first
When
one,
it's one
you
punch
would
that
have been
knocks you out, you still knocked out.
I stayed out of the first. That's why you got reelected. If I put my feet on the first word against you, you would have been gone. You know it. You know it. I didn't. I should have. You're right. You know it. You know it.
All right, let's concentrate.
You know it. You know it. That's a fact. Anyway, ma'am, I'm sorry. What's going on with you? What I said is what I mean. I'm not going to try to butter you up with anything, nothing like that. Ma'am, and as a council member, I don't have authority to Go tell somebody, please give them empowerment right away. I'm just saying, some people make it seem like they will make it happen. You see who can make it happen for you. You will see there's a process. Only there are help out there. You know it, probably. You will go get help. There's help out there. People will help you. Anything I could do, I'll take your number from the Corporation Council. I'll give you a call tomorrow, ma'am. Anything I could do, I'll do. And mark my word. The people who know me out there, they know me out there. My action and speaks itself. I'm not gonna come here and just attack people, try to make it seem like everybody's bad out there. Everybody in here has a family. Everybody, Madam B.A., Corporation Council, Mr. Keys, everybody has a family. Last week, what happened? He mentioned his wife. It's not only that incident, Mr. Keys. It's not only that incident. Yeah, I mean, throughout the year, I mean, he got up to hate council members and the police officers. What else? He's
you know, try that puritanical, superior, ethical superiority.
Please, like.
Anyway, I'll give you a call tomorrow, ma'am. And my vote is yes to close the public portion, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
I'm writing his accomplish.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I'll start, as I always do with meetings. I want to thank those that come in person and those that watch our meetings. When I left last week's meeting, a few days later, I was in one of the restaurants in the city of Paterson. And one of our seniors, she looked up, she realized that it was me, and she said to me, she said, I want to commend you and Councilwoman Cotton because they are familiar with us from that ward. They said, we want to commend you because the things that people say at the mic and how they attack the council is embarrassing. She said, I'm saying as an elder woman from this community and someone who's been here all of my life. She said, it's embarrassing how when, for example, I'm speaking, there's a sidebar, or when people come to the microphone because they take sides with certain individuals that 8 of us are clowns and we are idiots and no one does anything but one person, which is not true. Miss Alston knows, and I'm sure Miss Alston, I'm gonna tell you before it happens, they're gonna try to call you and be like, don't listen to Mims and all that. Thank God you've known me for a long time, that these people that will try to do that, because that's what people do. And really what's happening is because these people are running for other offices and they're trying to get people to work with them to take people out, or I want this one gone and that one gone. But I'm so grateful that, number one, first and foremost, the people of Paterson are not fooled. All the arguing and the yelling and screaming, they will never vote for someone to be elevated to a higher office. A small PAC, but big, it will never happen in the city of Paterson. It's not gonna happen. People that watch these meetings, I'm telling you, when I'm around the state, people watch these meetings and they call an embarrassment and disgrace. Tonight, for example, we had 8 items on the agenda. 8, nothing too heavy, areas where we're improving and putting water in a park where there's no running outlets, right, for our cameras to work there. We've been talking about cameras. There's no outlet, there's no running water, the ground is unlevel, and children have fell in the park. And we voted on that particular park to level it out and to put some water and splash pad for the entertainment. All these items take elongated time periods. Why? I don't know. When we talk about we want what's best for the city, we want to do what's good for the city, but then 8 items, and we're now at 11 o'clock at night. I think it's embarrassing. And then to make it worse, we're still sitting here. There's been many times where we've sat here, and if we don't have a quorum, there's not 5 people, you can't even go to the bathroom. We have to ask or beg, I gotta go to the bathroom. Could you get somebody? I gotta go to the bathroom, I gotta go, because people are gone. And I tell people, all you gotta do is watch the meetings. Don't get in a clutch where people bring you to a meeting and say, you have a loud voice and you have a loud voice, so I want you to come to the mic and blast off on the people that's here. And I think as an employee of the city, when you're an employee of the city, you have to be very careful when you're coming and attacking other employees, because we're employees of the city, even though we're voted by the people. Ms. Alston, your situation, you know I've been helping you for a while. This situation is in court, and and as much as we can, Corporation Counsel, please, talk to our chief judge and make sure that this situation, is handled to the fullest extent of the law as it can based on the books, because something has to be done, because she's been to community improvement. She's been to the health departments. I've been helping her since July, August. She's been there. The complaints have been placed, and if you go through the record, you'll see them in community improvement. She's been through the process, and now to be in the situation where your family is just unacceptable. I sent some messages out while we're sitting here trying to identify some emergency placement options, which they do have things that are available, and then I'll reach out to you. I'll be leaving tomorrow night for vacation, but even if I have to deal with it while I'm away, I'm gonna, and I don't even have to tell you, you already know, before these people tell you MIMS ain't gonna do nothing, which is that is not even in the definitive of MIMS. Everybody know you call MIMS, she's gonna get it done, except for that small pocket. Paterson, I wanna apologize to you, because we sit here, we handle the city's business, and if you watch, I want you to start doing this. Watch who comes to public portion. Take down the names of who comes to public portion, and then listen to what they're talking about. Well, all the issues in this city, we have 158,732 people in the city. I know the number because I was on Passaic Census Committee, County Census Committee. And you don't see other people, you know why? Because they know our phone numbers, because our numbers are public. They know how to reach out to our secretaries. They know how to call us or email us or inbox us on social media and say, this is my situation, could it get resolved? Because those people really want help. Some people, and I'm not saying everybody, some people come to try to disparage, discredit, or to bring people down or to make them look like they are absolutely nothing to the rest of the community. It's impossible. We sit here week by week, whether you like what's being done or not. We approve many things that are happening in the city. So when I hear people say they're not doing nothing, you guys are in a circus, you're a clown, it's laughable, but then I think it's really embarrassing. Even last week when someone's wife, I think it was Council President, when you start talking about people's family members, even if you want to say something about somebody, that's fine. And I don't even agree with that fully, because we're not here for that. But when you attack people's family members that are not here, they're not elected, to me, you owe those individuals apologies. You need to apologize to those individuals for attacking people's family members. I don't care if it's something you felt, didn't feel, or whatever. The wife, the children, all that stuff, there was a time, all of that was off limits. We have to learn how to take care of the business of the city and stop using this as a romper room experience, because that's not what it is. It's not a romper. It's not a.
Yo, brother. She's in a lot of stress. She's trying to.
It's not a romper room experience.
Address her to solutions.
Ms. Alston, I love you. Don't allow a whole bunch of people to call you and talk about all the negative. Oh, let me tell you what they didn't do, the council. The stuff you're referring to is not even in the council's purview. The administration is there. That's why corporation got up. That is there in their purview. We can send messages. As you saw, I directed to Corporation Counsel. He is on it. They're going to work on it. He just want to make, I don't want to go into major cases. They're winning. There was a time we weren't winning any cases, and now we're winning cases. And I want to commend Corporation Counsel for that. They're winning these cases because we're taking active approaches towards these situations. And so, gentlemen,
Please, members of the public, please.
And I'm not talking bull crap because I wasn't referring to you. It was mentioned on this day as someone attacked someone's wife. I didn't say nobody in the audience. It did happen.
That's why I was
It wasn't you. I said
Members of the public,
Mr.
please.
Keys,
We are
I'm not
in the
even talking
process
about
of
you.
closing
Someone
the
on
public
this
portion.
dais did it to a fellow member.
But this is not a back and forth. We just try to close a public portion. Please. It is not a back and forth. All right. That's not.
I actually gave his wife credit. I actually gave his wife credit for a well-written document.
That lady deserves that right now, bro. Are you gonna get a housing for her with that? No, right? So good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Mr. Jerkins, listen, respectfully, brother, respectfully. Let us finish.
Paterson, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Either we're here to come to help to do what's right by the city and the residents, or we're here for another agenda. And we have to stop it. There is a decorum. It is in our books. There's a level of decorum that is required in the council chambers. You're supposed to have 3 minutes when you come to the microphone. After 3 minutes, that's over. That's not followed. People go, I know it's 3 minutes. They hear the bell. I'm going to talk anyway. They keep talking and talking. Then the law was put forth, give them 6 minutes. You don't have to give them 6 minutes because they take 12. They sit and talk as long as they want, and then they sit and go, well, I'm going to say, and then when they don't get to talk on the mic, they sit in the chair and still talk from the chair. There has to be a level of decorum. We come in, God bless Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, IT, and our deputy clerk and our secretaries. They've been at work since 7 and 8 o'clock this morning, sometimes 6, and they're still here tonight. They didn't get a break. They didn't get to go home, and sometimes we don't even eat. We're sitting here. So Paterson, please start taking a look at it. The agenda is not Paterson. The agenda is not solutions. The agenda is not trying to help things get better. The agenda is make me look good and the other 8 council members look bad. That's what the agenda is. And if you go back and watch the tape week after week after week, you will see it. Go look at the voting record. Look how people have voted and see what they voted for. People are voting no for stuff it just doesn't make sense. It should be yes. You're voting no on paying employees. You vote no on paying yourself. That's ludicrous. You can't tell me I'm for the employees of the city and then I vote no to pay them. That's crazy. That just doesn't make sense. So Paterson, I apologize to you. Last week, I want to put it on the record, Corporation Counsel, I need an incident report. I fell last week at the end of the meeting, and I need to do an incident report, and it needs to be on file and on record that I fell in this building last week, and I want to make sure it's duly noted and recorded. And to Madam BA and Corporation Counsel, so it's funny, Councilman Jackson, that I fell? See, this is the type of rhetoric we have.
Please.
That you will laugh that somebody fell. This is the type of stuff we deal with, and you want to be the mayor, please. It ain't gonna never happen.
You need it recorded so you can sue the city?
No, I don't have to sue the city. You say you want to record so I can sue the city. I don't want to be like you and take out a loan from the city and don't pay it back.
That's facts.
No, that's a fact.
I'm sorry.
Paterson, it's time for us to enjoy our holiday season, enjoy your family. Paterson, keep all the children and their families in prayer. We have a lot of situations where a lot of children and families are going through a lot during this holiday season. I want to lift up Mr. Cook, Mrs. Cook, and the passing of their daughter. I also want to lift up the Community Health Center and Stephen and the family and the passing of one of our Paterson icons, Dr. Mary Gardner, who passed on today, and so many others that have passed. For names we know to call and those we don't, we want to lift everybody up. Paterson, I am here to do the work of the city. I don't have time for the other stuff because life is short. People are dying, they are sick, and things are going on. And if we're not here to do the city's business, we have to question why are we here in the first place. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. Those who are here, those who are watching us live. First of all, one thing I'd like to state that we every Saturday try to create a circus here. And Tuesday's meeting should be agenda-based, agenda-focused, but we always try to navigate in different direction. One thing Paterson should know that before any agenda come to the council for voting, we committee sit down, we discuss multiple times, any adjustment needed, we make the changes, and then we bring here in front of the council for voting. Now, every time we notice that like same things, same repetition, and takes hours after hours, and this is what happens every Tuesday. Just voting on the agendas on every Tuesday is not our only work. Serving you, constituent service, reaching out to you, learn about you, and this is also our work. Now, some of the I'm not saying what some of the council members you know very well. Who are the council members you find reachable to you? That's I don't have to explain. But unfortunately, just for 8 items, it might not take more than an hour. It took like 4 or 5 hours. We're just sitting here for nothing. If I say this is a productive meeting, it is not. So one of the regular person who mentioned that we are just supporting everything mayor comes up with. This is totally wrong. One of the major things I would say the administration wanted, the cannabis licenses, retail licenses. We stood strongly against it. It stopped because we felt that these net communities support it. It might come some revenue, but it might bring more problems than just money. But if we just say we are supporting the things that supporting the city of Paterson. Today we voted for 3 DPW items, like 3 parks renovation. If we just say this is nothing, we need more housing problems. Yes, we do have housing problems. Housing problems is a national problem at this point. It's a straight problem. But this particular money cannot be used for everywhere. Everything has kind of categorized stuff to have done. So the story we try to create to get your attention, I believe you understand that, and that your vote says exactly the same thing. One of the commissioners from Paterson Board of Education, Commissioner Corey Tigg, I do respect him, and I feel that he's one of the strongest voices in the Paterson Board of Education. And I commend that every Tuesday he comes here in the council chamber, make his voice heard. He actually blamed me that I am lying in the community, that I supported him. And he just left. I am just putting on the record, and I believe that he's going to answer the questions in the next meeting. Did I ever sit down with him before the election? Did I ever sit down with him after the election? Did I ever tell him that I would support him? If I would supported him, he was the first person who would know that I'm supporting him. Then why would I tell the other people that I supported him? I would not lie for anything that I did not do. I did not support you. You were a strong voice, but I just stayed quiet. People may support it, may not support it. I was not against you, I was not in favor of you. That was my stand. It's clear stand, it's for the record. But why would I have to lie that because of me you were elected? You were elected because people voted for you. My endorsement is not going to take you anywhere. Those who are elected, they reached out to the people. And people voted them. People felt that they are the person they are going to represent our children in Paterson Board of Education. And I congratulate all 3 of them. I did it before on my social media. I did here in the council chamber, and I'm doing it again today. I'm not against anybody, but point is, why would I have to lie that I supported you? I never did. All right, so again, Paterson, we are, this is the last meeting of the year. We have one special meeting. Again, I'm reachable to you. I try. Every council members, I cannot blame my council colleagues that they are not doing their jobs. Everyone has their own strategy of working. I do Sunday coffee and conversation. That's my one of the strategy. I reach out to the people. Saturday, I come to the council chamber. My team makes appointment with people from 1 to 3 p.m. Every Saturday, I come to my chamber, sit down and meet people. That's my strategy. Other council members have their own strategy to reach out to people. I cannot tell them they are not doing their jobs. Every council member is doing job for the people. And if you think they are not serving you, you are going to respond accordingly. But it is wrong that putting my council colleagues down that they are not doing their jobs. Again, with that being said, Paterson, I'm always reachable to you. My cell phone number is 973-582-8195. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, Rhonda, we hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear. And I think that the time that at all the meeting today and the public portion that happened today, you was the most important today. You was, and you are the most important today. And I know that commissioners from the Housing Authority are watching this meeting. I know that the director, Irma Gorham, also watched this meeting. And Irma Gorham, you get a phone call from me tomorrow. It's this case I want to talk in particular. There's council members here, 8 council members, that they don't talk, they work. They don't talk, they work. Okay? And we're gonna make it happen. I had a lady 3 months in a hotel with 2 kids. And I don't like to brag what we do. But finally she got her Section 8. But step to follow. You know, so putting God first. Because we could be legislator, we could do things good, but if God don't put the grace in what we do, we can't open doors. I don't have money. I only got a nice, beautiful suit, nice tie, and a nice hair, but God put me the grace to open the doors out there. And I'm a happy camper. Everybody knows me. Some people say I do jokes and this and that, but I take serious things. Like your case is serious. That landlord, I cannot speak a lot because he got me in court too, all right? But that gentleman that you see over there, the gentleman, Mr. Eamon Abushi, that corporate counsel, that gentleman that when you say wake up, stand up, he's been standing up against the injustice of this individual against tenants. The thing that you don't see it, you are one of the cases, but there are few cases. And of course, because sometimes it's a conflict of interest, they need to move it to another city. But this gentleman here, I attest that he's not gonna let this go. With the balance of justice, that he's doing the right thing for you and the right thing for those individuals that had rented those places without the CO, without this rental certificate, especially from that individual. That even his father is not aware of the crooked things that he's doing. Okay? So, saying that, I know that God will open the doors for you, and I know that he will open the doors for us, for we could help you. And you could take that to the bank. You know, corporate counsel, if you get to know him, trust me, we know him. Those individuals, the 8 council members are here, knows how he works. And not because he's here. Top notch. And he knows how to talk to people and work towards your needs. You know, we lost another pillar of the community, Dr. Garwin. To, I believe Thursday is going to be something from 12 to 2. Let's show respect to that community and respect to the Paterson Health Center. We have lost a lot of people this past week, man. It's like, wow. Billy Rodriguez, relative, Jose Joy Rodriguez, city worker, cancer, sucks. Oh, sorry, did I say that word? Sorry. You know, sorry for that. I apologize, I don't speak like that in public, but it does. So let's pray for those that are going through health situation and hardship in the city of Paterson. Ma'am, I don't need to mention the accomplishments of any council member here. Just look at their ward. Just look at their ward. Look at their ward. Read the high level of crime in the area. Things don't get done. You know how it get done? Because 8 council members care about Paterson and vote for projects for that ward. And you could look at the difference. You know why? Let me keep my mouth shut. But we're here to work towards you, towards those individuals. That they don't have somebody to represent them the right way. We got 8 council members here that we don't have borders to serve. Because here says councilman of the 5th ward, but I take the word 5th. I'm a councilman. And my colleague knows that we work together when it comes up to issues of the city. Today I was in the 1st ward. They called me. They vandalized a store. They rip off the ATM machine. I was there to see if I could get a solution for them because I'm a councilman that represent the 5th ward but could go a little bit further to represent others when they don't have representation. So we're going to work for that towards your situation. Just pray that God opens the doors for we could help you. It takes time, but we're going to make it happen. With the help of Councilwoman Mintz, Ruby Cotton, and my other colleagues that want to join into this, little by little. We're not going to take credit. We, as a team of 8, are going to work for it. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, this next Saturday we'll have my toy drive at 94 Park Avenue. Everybody's welcome from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and then I will go around with my float, spreading the spirit of the holiday is not well, yeah, I forgot to tell her about it. And to the city employees tomorrow, Councilman Louis Velez is hosting a after work party for the city employees and community that want to come down and have fun. No politics on it. I invite the mayor, I invite the BA, I invite everyone because it's celebrating the gratitude of having the city employees working for us, trying to maintain the city clean and giving back to the community with the capacity that they have. So I invite all my colleagues, even if Councilman Jackson want to come in, he could come in. The only thing I know, we're not going to fight there. We're going to celebrate. But we're going to have fun. Saying that, Mr. Abushi, you know, the case already, this is another testimony that we could take to court. You could Oprah this and use it as evidence against this landlord because you did it in a public portion setting. Public Portion Act. And that don't lie. More than paper. Okay? Madam Clerk, thank you. I promised myself we were going to get out here in 45 minutes, but not 45 minutes when. But at least we did what we had to do. Council President, thank you for allowing me this minutes. My voice is there to call
Thank you,
public portion.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to speak on a few items that were said here. I just want to say to Cameo Black, she's always doing things in the community, feeding and helping kids, and she watches kids go to school with no coats on and no gloves, no hats. So I just want to say I commend you, Cameo, for always caring about the community, caring about the area. She's the rep by Eastside High School, so she cares. I just want to commend you for that. Also for Elvis is always pushing the downtown. I gotta say that about Elvis. He's a promoter. He pushes. He wants to see the city thrive. He wants to see that, and he always encouraged everyone to come down to the Paterson, since it's free parking from December 20th through January 2nd of 2025. Also, I want to say that, you know, we all get many calls, and we all don't always blast out what we do, who we help, who we send people to. But I just want to say to you, and when you mentioned Rhonda, I remember Hamilton Avenue and Summer Street. And it was sad that the guy got killed there. Someone killed him. He was on that corner always selling something. But actually, he let you use that basement when you had the kids with the dancing, and he let you use the basement. So we had so many good people here that did many good things, and a lot of people just don't know who they are. But we knew who they were and what they did. And I remember when I did talk to you, and I did send the fire department right there, he went, but that's about relationships. He got there in like no time, literally no time, but that's about having good working relationship with people that you can request them to do something, because we're getting a call from constituents, and we need them to go see about what's going on with our constituents. And I can say, and I said it to you, and I remember in Corporation Council, you know, we talk about things that can make a difference. I can remember maybe 8 years ago where, and I'm not sure if we can do something like this, but where we have to force, when a house was condemned, landlords was forced to put you up. They were forced to put you up. And then if the city had to pay for it, then the city went after them. So I just need you to do your best to help her to figure out, because I said, I have no idea who he is. Councilman Velez said he does, but I don't know who he is, but something got dropped, and we got to figure out now how to fix that drop. We have to figure out how to fix it, that it don't happen, and it keeps happening over, that your building, the house that you live in is no longer habitable to live in, and then what happens to you? We have to figure it out. Corporation Council, and I know you are. And you know, they was talking about, I mean, I ask them for advice all the time, because I'm not a lawyer. And I tell people I'm not an engineer. I'm not those specialties. And you got to go to them to ask them, what do you think? I met with 2 engineers today on a issue that I needed to go over in the Bunker Hill section. I had to bring my engineers because I don't know. So I know that he's going to be working. I want to commend you to Corporation Council, because everyone that I send, or every time I ask you, you are there. You are there for me. You give me the answers. You tell me what to tell someone, or what do they need to go do. Because we're not all experts sitting up here, so we have to rely on our Corporation Council. You know, we have to rely on our BA. We have to rely on our CFO. Because I ain't got all them degrees to know it all. And so you read it and you see it, and so you ask for help. And I can say that I've gone to him many times, and because people, let me tell you, and I know you have, legal aid is so overburdened that they just can't get to all the cases of the calls that they're getting. And Councilwoman Mims said it, these ladies been here since this morning. It's like, you know, and I know you're tired, and I appreciate you, my deputy clerk. I appreciate you, my secretary, Deidre. I appreciate you, Phyllis Riley. I appreciate you, because you've been here. I saw you this afternoon too, but you've been here, and it's tiresome. But I know that, Rhonda, I know back in the day, I call it back in the day, where you had those kids on Hamilton Avenue, Summer Street, in that basement, teaching them how to dance, doing gospel work and doing different stuff. You have been out here in our community, and I know I can get our Corporation Council to do what we need to do to help you get your situation done. And I just want to say that, you know, I do want to send out, and I know that he will do that, but I just want to send out my condolences to Mr. Benny Cook and his wife, Mrs. Benny Cook, for the loss of their daughter. And I also want to put out there for Dr. Mary Gardner. I remember Dr. Mary Gardner 40 years ago. She passed away. And I just want to say, I followed her. I always tell people sometimes, you just follow people. You just follow them. You ain't just, you see how they operate, you see how they do it. She was always a good person, always a community person. I know being at the health center for over 30 years at that health center, Paterson Community Health Center. So I just want to send my condolences out to the family for that. So, and I want to say to you out there in TV land, for those that are watching, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas. We should be back here before New Year's, I'm not sure, and if I'm not, wishing everyone a Happy New Year's. All my council members, wishing you all, my staff here, my deputy clerk, my secretary, Deetra, and Phyllis, Happy New Year's, and especially to my BA. And and sometimes when I come to you and I'll say I think it should be done this way. And you do it. You try to you do it that way. You put it in. You see how it works. And I like that real fix. People don't think it's working, but it's working. And we had to figure out something else. But my CFO, also my corporation counsel. But to you all out there, I want to wish you all, TV land, I want to say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's to you all. And I just I will be leaving back out again. And I know that, sometimes people say, they talk about God and they talk about, but I always say, God said, sit and I will send you the answer. That's all you got to do. I will send it to you. You got to take your mind and see what it is. And for this year, this is the first time in many, many years that I was not here for Thanksgiving. I was not here for many years. And I decided that I was going to go visit South Carolina. I probably put 2,500 miles on that rental car. And I had the opportunity to spend a week with my brother, and he was not sick. I get home on Monday night, and he dies 2 days later. And I can say that God sent me to South Carolina. He sent me down there to be with my brother. And now I have to go back tomorrow, but I thank God. And that's all you have to say. I thank you, God, for putting something in my mind for me to do something, to go see him, to go visit all my families. I was all over South Carolina, all over the place. I had the opportunity to visit Congressman Clyburn, and so represent the 6th district. So you all out there, follow the steps, follow faith. When you follow faith, you see good things are gonna happen. You get many blessings, and when you get the blessing, you can share your blessings. You can share your blessings when you get your blessings. So with that being said, to everyone, council members, I appreciate you all. Thank you, and, okay. I'll say, I know, but I just needed to get that. Madam Clerk,
Yes.
my vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just, Ms. Randa, we're not only going to be praying for you, we'll follow up with our great corporation counsel. I have a lot of faith and trust in our great corporation counsel. He works every day to protect the city and to help us, to help this governing body. Despite what you hear, he's the one that keep us on track and check and making sure that everything that we approve here is legally and correct under the law. So I have trust, and I know that he will follow up. I was very concerned about your situation because this is a big violation. This is a serious violation. Removing the meter of a property means that PNC&G cut the electricity, he put it back on. That's something very serious. That's the reason why he doesn't have a re-rental certificate. So we will follow up on your case. With that being said, council members and residents of the great city of Paterson, let's keep the family of our former mayor, Joey Torres, on prayer. His brother, Sammy Torres, passed away. Also, former Councilman McCoy, brother, passed away. Wesley McCoy, let's keep the McCoy family in our prayer. Also, Benny Cook's daughter, Nidra Cook, my brother Benny Cook, I'm so sorry for your loss. I couldn't be at your funeral. I was out of town, but I will suspend everything. I was not aware, and it's really sad. This is a big loss. Let's keep all those family in our prayer. And I know Councilwoman Cotton You lost a family, you lost a brother. So we'll keep you in our prayer. Let's pray for our city. Let's pray for the city of Paterson. It's Christmas, it's holiday. Let's hug somebody. Let's help those people in need in our community. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion is closed.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Velez. Second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call to close our close-out meeting. Madam Clerk?
Roll call to close the closeout meeting of December 17, 2024.
We need another vote.
No, he's here.
Councilwoman Cotton, I'm sorry.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Merry Christmas to everyone out there and Happy New Year's. God bless you,
Councilman
be
Jackson.
safe. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Austin, we will talk. If the impression is of what has been depicted is what you've gotten of me, then I'm sure you'll get what you're looking for from the other council members. But just in effort, I will not allow somebody to sit here and slander me. First of all, I've never borrowed money from the city of Paterson. Never. The agency, which is not the city of Paterson, is called the Paterson Restoration Corporation, which my business, approximately 14 years ago, borrowed $140,000 from them, which was illegally held from me for quite some time, which put my business in a very poor position. That agency had over $40 million that it squandered, of which has been wasted at the business incubator that this mayor has had a hand on, that now is being converted, and yet I have asked the same BA for the reports on the spending of the $40 million. Everyone seems to put a focus on the $140,000 that was illegally targeted towards me, which the former director told me, who do I think I am? Why should he give me his money? I didn't go see the mayor. The mayor at that time sent notice to him. Had I not been so young, because I was in my 20s when I opened my business. In fact, I did a $1.4 million expansion, of which only $140,000, which was pennies. And people trying to depict as if I stole money from the city. That's the reason I'm sitting in this seat right now, because I was a regular citizen. I was illegally targeted, and my business was put in duress. So I decided I was going to run for office and vote against all of this misappropriation, of which the $40 million, ask some of the council members, where's that $40 million at? Especially those who are making this claim that I've taken or stolen money from the city. But I digress. And all of this is, it's all been written and it's been documented. Countless occasions with me asking for proof on the expenditures. You go through the building right now. There's hundreds and thousands of dollars of equipment that's there that's wasted with no accountability. The council's job is to do exactly what you talked about, to be accountable on the spending, to make sure that the administration is not just roguely spending all kinds of money. I mean, have we seen that level of accountability? I don't think so. But I only wanted to say that, and I apologize, Madam Clerk, because I know it's getting late, but I'm not going to sit there and allow somebody to make a false statement of me borrowing money from the city and not paying it back. That is not true. Paterson Restoration Corporation, which is pretty much a defunct entity now, squandered $40 million. This council lacked the oversight, and we don't even know where the money is. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Paterson, I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year to all of you. We will have one more meeting. I'm not sure if I will be able to be there. I will be leaving to go out of town to take care of a loved one who is sick. And so I want to put that on the record. But I just want to say, and happy birthday and happy anniversary to those that are celebrating. As you know, my birthday is on the 27th. But I just want to say to Paterson at large, for those that are grieving your loved ones, those that have lost loved ones, even not recently, but in the past, and you're going through that process, and those individuals that are sick, I want to say that even in the midst of all life's trials and struggles, trust God. Even in the midst of your circumstances and all the things that could literally have you almost lose your mind and want to throw in the towel. Continue to trust God because He's still in control and He's going to do it. I know sometimes we hear it stated, they're talking spiritual, they're doing whatever, but my hope is built on nothing less than Jesus' blood and righteousness. And I dare not trust the sweetest frame than wholly lean on Jesus' name. And it's on Christ, the solid rock, that I stand. And when times in our forefathers and times past, when they could say nothing or utter anything, it was their faith and it was God that brought them through. And we are here because of the prayers of the effectual fervent prayer of the righteous, and it has availed much to allow us to be here and to continue on. So Paterson at large, I love you. Thank you for always supporting all the things that we're doing, and we have a few more things that will be going on tomorrow, and then I'll be leaving to go out of town. Happy birthday to Councilwoman Davila. I won't be able to make her birthday party, but I will definitely make sure I send her a gift, but I will be away. To Deputy Clerk in the absence of Madam Clerk, Secretary Deidre, Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, CFO, to our IT crew, and our police officers. Our security guy, we never get to say thank you to you. And we need to make sure we have police here. And to Ermelinda, our stenographer. And Madam BA, please, no one was here tonight, but let's make sure police are present when we're leaving. Because it's dark outside. When we get out those doors, it's dark, and that's why I always caution what's said at the microphone and here, because when you're saying all this stuff, people will come and wait for people outside those doors and to attack people or wait in their driveways. Myself and Councilwoman Cotton have went home and people have waited for us in our driveways. And sometimes it's stuff that's said right here at the mic that opens up a can of worms and put people in a dangerous position. So we have to be careful of what we say and what we do, because those are some of the scenarios and situations that are happening right here in the city of Paterson. With that being said, good night, everyone. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Newton.
All right, thank you, Paterson. Thank you for the opportunity to serving you. I wish you all happy holidays. See you virtually on the 30th. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Newton. Councilman Velez.
Paterson, I know it has been a good year and a rough year. We have been in a yes and a no, but we have moved the city forward at our own capacity. Madam BA, administration, CFO, Amen, Bushi, enjoy your family. Councilmen, councilwomen's, staff, city staff, employees, enjoy your family. Tomorrow is not promised. Tomorrow is not promised. Hug your kids, hug your family, tell them how much you love them, and enjoy the holidays or Christmas or whatever you want to call it, but enjoy it. Go to a church, reunite with your family, and set new goals in your life for tomorrow could have a better future for all of us. Damas y caballeros, quiero desearle a toda la comunidad, a la administración, a todos los empleados de la ciudad, feliz Navidad, y que puedan pasarla junto a su familia y que puedan abrazarlo, quererlo, adorarlo. Ámense, porque el mañana no es prometido. Busquen siempre de Dios y que en el mañana tengamos planes para hacer una ciudad mucho mejor. Saying that, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close this meeting. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We just finalizing this, the last meeting. This is the last time that we're going to be together on this 2024. Let me start with the administration, Corporation Counsel, Madam BA, Silva, you owe me a second round, Silva, don't run away. The tech director, Rafael Gonzalez, and all the IT department, and Melinda. It's always been a pleasure to work with all of you. Madam Clerk, to our secretary. So may God continue blessing you and your family. Enjoy this Christmas with your loved one at home. Enjoy life is short. 45. Let's laugh. Let's enjoy this every single day, and let's enjoy our family. to my council colleagues, to all of you, my 8 council members, Merry Christmas, and also enjoy your family, enjoy your loved one. Let's not take life so serious. I was hoping to have this meeting in to have the meeting in a different capacity this time, but you know what? We finished the agenda, and we approved a lot of important items. To Ms. Randa, praying, we're behind your back. We're behind your back. There's a lot more positive things that happen in the city than the negative one, but the negative one, we gotta work together. We gotta pray, and we gotta fight back those battles that are affecting our community. Today, I want to make this announcement. Winter Wonderland start on the 19th at the East Side Park. I graded to renovate the East Side Park. I mentioned before, I start with a tennis court. I continue with a playground, the roller rink, the resurfacing of the park. Everything is done. The park is brand new. It's beautiful. Today, we approved $2.8 million for the baseball field. One of the most busy baseball field is getting ready to be done. And there's other projects in the pipeline. This night, the 19th, we're gonna have a great time with the grand opening of Winter Wonderland. I would like to encourage all the residents of the great city of Paterson to visit Eastside Park, enjoy the light of the park, and you will see how beautiful the park looks. It's been a blessing for me to serve the city, and I always say this, I came to the city of Paterson with nothing, and God really blessed me in this city. I could definitely wake up every morning. I could wake up every morning and put food on the table through my business and through all the things that I do to my family. I have a beautiful family. They're all healthy, and I thank God every single day for that. I thank God for being so blessed in my life. And I would like to encourage, the residents of the city of Paterson to just don't take your family for granted. Your life could change from one moment to another. You could lose a loved one in a minute. So take advantage and love your family, love your neighbor, and let's treat each other like a family, because that's who we are in the city of Paterson. Merry Christmas. Feliz Navidad para todos los residentes de nuestra gran ciudad de Paterson. Que Dios los bendiga a cada uno y que Dios llene su casa, sus hogares de amor, de paz y prosperidad, y que disfruten de esta Navidad y que tengan un año 2025 lleno de amor, de prosperidad y con un futuro muy prominente. Que Dios me lo bendiga a todos. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are six in favor, 3 absent. The closeout meeting of December 17, 2024 is hereby adjourned. Good night, Paterson, and